Chapter 17 of Elsie's Womanhood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. Elsie's Womanhood by Martha Finley. Chapter 17. His house she enters, there to be a light, shining within when all without is night. A guardian angel o'er his life's presiding, doubling his pleasure and his cares dividing. Roger's Human Life. At the set time, our friends turned their faces homeward, leaving their loving dependents of Viamede all drowned in tears. In the 6 weeks of their stay, Massa and Mrs. had become very dear to those warm, childlike hearts. Elsie could not refrain from letting fall some bright, sympathetic drops, though the next moment her heart bounded with joy at the thought of home and father. The yearning to hear again the tones of his loved voice, to feel the clasp of his arm and the touch of his lip upon brow and cheek and lip, increased with every hour of the rapid journey. Its last stage was taken in the iron family carriage, which was found waiting for them at the depot. Elsie was hiding in her own breast a longing desire to go first to the Oaks, chiding herself for the wish, since her husband was doubtless fully as anxious to see his mother, and wondering why she had not thought of asking for a gathering of both families at the one place or the other. They had left the noisy city far behind, and were bowling smoothly along a very pleasant part of the road, bordered with greensward, and shaded on either side by noble forest trees. She, with her mind filled with these musings, sitting silent and pensive, gazing dreamily from the window. Suddenly her eyes encountered a well-known noble form, seated on a beautiful spirited horse, which he was holding in with a strong and resolute hand. "Papa!" she exclaimed, with a joyous ringing cry, and instantly he had dismounted, his servant taking Selim's bridle reins. The carriage had stopped, and springing out she was in his arms. "My dear father, I was so hungry to see you," she said, almost crying for joy. "How good of you to come to meet us, and so much nicer here than in the crowded depot." "Good of me," he answered with a happy laugh. "Of course, as I was in no haste to have my darling in my arms. Ah, Travilla, my old friend, I am very glad to see your pleasant face again," and he shook hands warmly. "Many thanks to you, and to a higher power," he added reverently, "for bringing her safely back to me. She seems to have been well taken care of, plump and bright and rosy." "I have been, papa. Even you could not be more tender and careful of me than my husband is." Her father smiled at the shy, half hesitating way in which the last word slipped from the rich red lips, and the tender, loving light in the soft eyes as they met the fond, admiring gaze of Travilla's. "No repentance on either side yet, I see," he said laughingly. "Travilla, your mother is in excellent health and spirits, but impatient to embrace both son and daughter, she bade me say. We all take tea by invitation at Ion to day, that is, we of the Oaks, including Aunt Wealthy and Miss King." "Oh, how nice, how kind!" cried Elsie. "And to morrow you are all to be at the Oaks," added her father. "Now shall I ride beside your carriage, or take a seat in it with you?" "The latter, by all means," answered Travilla, Elsie's sparkling eyes saying the same, even more emphatically. "Take Selim home, and see that both he and the family carriage are at Ion by 9 this evening," was Mr. Dinsmore's order to his servant. "Oh, papa, so early!" Elsie interposed, in a tone that was half reproach, half entreaty. "We must not keep you up late after your journey, my child," he answered, following her into the carriage, Mr. Travilla stepping in after. "The seats are meant for 3. Let me sit between you, please," requested Elsie. "But are you not afraid of crushing your dress?" asked her father jocosely, making room for her by his side. "Not I," she answered gaily, slipping into her chosen place with a light joyous laugh, and giving a hand to each. "Now I'm the happiest woman in the world." "As you deserve to be," whispered her husband, clasping tight the hand he held. "Oh, you flatterer," she returned. "Papa, did you miss me?" "Every day, every hour. Did I not tell you so in my letters? And you, did you think often of me?" "Oftener than I can tell. I have been wondering," he said, looking gravely into her eyes, "why you both so carefully avoided the slightest allusion to that most exciting episode of your stay at Viamede." Elsie blushed. "We did not wish to make you uneasy, papa." "Of course, you must have seen a newspaper account," observed Mr. Travilla. "Yes, and now suppose you let me hear your report. Did the villain's shot graze Elsie's forehead and carry a tress of her beautiful hair? No, no, it was only a lock of her unworthy husband's hair, a much slighter loss, Travilla said, laughing. But perhaps the reporter would justify his misrepresentation on the plea that man and wife are one. Possibly. And did your shot shatter the bone in the rascal's arm? No. Dr. Bayliss told me the ball glanced from the bone, passed under the nerve, and severed the humeral artery. It's a wonder he didn't bleed to death. Yes, but it seems he had sufficient knowledge and presence of mind to improvise a tourniquet with his handkerchief and a stick. What rooms were you occupying? Asked Mr. Dinsmore. Come, just tell me the whole story, as if I had heard nothing of it before. Travilla complied, occasionally appealing to Elsie to assist his memory, and they had hardly done with the subject when the carriage turned into the avenue at Ion. My darling, welcome to your home, said Travilla, low and tenderly, lifting the little gloved hand to his lips. An involuntary sigh escaped from Mr. Dinsmore's breast. Thank you, my friend, Elsie replied to her husband, the tone and the look saying far more than the words. Then, turning to her father, and tomorrow, papa, you will welcome me to the other of my two dear homes. I hope so, daughter. Sunlight is not more welcome than you will always be. What joyous greetings now awaited our travellers. Elsie had hardly stepped from the carriage ere she found herself in Mrs. Travilla's arms, the old lady rejoicing over her as the most precious treasure Providence could have sent her. Then came Rose with her tender motherly embrace, and joyous Elsie, dearest, how glad I am to have you with us again. Oh, but you've missed us sadly, said Aunt Wealthy, taking her turn. The house seemed half gone at the Oaks, didn't it, Horace? Yes. The absence of our eldest daughter made a very wide gap in the family circle, answered Mr. Dinsmore. And, yes indeed, cried Horace junior, thinking himself addressed, I don't believe I could have done without her at all if she hadn't written me those nice little letters. Don't you thank me for bringing her back then, my little brother? asked Mr. Travilla, holding out his hand to the child. Yes indeed, brother Edward. Papa says I may call you that, as you asked me to, and I'll give you another hug as I did that night, if you'll let me. That I will, my boy, and opening wide his arms, he took the lad into a warm embrace, which was returned as heartily as given. Now, Elsie, it's my turn to have a hug and a kiss from you, Horace said, as Mr. Travilla released him. Everybody's had a turn but me, Miss King and Rosebud and all. Elsie had the little one in her arms, caressing it fondly. Yes, my dear little brother, she said, giving Rosebud to her mammy. You shall have as hard a hug as I can give, and as many kisses as you want. I love you dearly, dearly, and am as glad to see you as you could wish me to be. Are you much fatigued, Elsie dear? asked Rose, when the greetings were over, even to the kindly shake of the hand and pleasant word to each of the assembled servants. Oh no, mamma, we have travelled but little at night, and last night I had 9 hours of sound, refreshing sleep. That was right, her father said, with an approving glance at Travilla. Mrs. Travilla led the way to a suite of beautiful apartments prepared for the bride. Elsie's taste had been consulted in all the refitting and refurnishing, and the whole effect was charming. This was, however, her first sight of the rooms since the changes had been begun. The communicating doors were thrown wide, giving a view of the whole suite at once, from the spot where Elsie stood between Mr. Travilla and his mother. She gazed for a moment, then turned to her husband, a face sparkling with delight. Does it satisfy you, my little wife? he asked, in tones that spoke intense enjoyment of her pleasure. Fully, in every way, but especially as an evidence of my husband's love, she answered, suffering him to throw an arm about her and fold her to his heart. There had been words of welcome, and a recognition of the younger lady as now mistress of the mansion, trembling on the mother's tongue, but she now stole quietly away and left them to each other. In half an hour the two rejoined their guests, somewhat improved in appearance, as Mr. Travilla laughingly said he hoped they would be found. You are indeed, said Aunt Wealthy. A lily or a rose couldn't look lovelier than Elsie does in that pure white, and with the beautiful flowers in her hair. I like her habit of wearing natural flowers in her hair. And I, said her husband. They seem to me to have been made for her adornment. And your moneyhoon's over, Elsie. How odd it seems to think you've been so long married. And did you get through the moneyhoon without a quarrel? But of course you did. Elsie, who had for a moment looked slightly puzzled by the new word, now answered with a smile of comprehension. "Oh yes, auntie. Surely we should be a sad couple if even the honeymoon were disturbed by a disagreement. But Edward and I never mean to quarrel." Mr. Dinsmore turned in his chair and gave his daughter a glance of mingled surprise and disapprobation. "There, papa, I knew you would think me disrespectful," she exclaimed with a deep blush. "But he insisted, indeed ordered me, and you know I have promised to obey." "It is quite true," assented Mr. Travilla, colouring in his turn, "but I told her it was the only order I ever meant to give her." "Better not make rash promises," said Mr. Dinsmore, laughing. "These wives are sometimes inclined to take advantage of them." "Treason, treason!" cried Rose, lifting her hands. "To think you'd say that before me!" "Husband, husband, cease your strife, no longer idly rove, sir. Though I am your wedded wife, yet I am not your slave, sir." There was a general laugh, in the midst of which the tea bell rang. "Come," said the elder Mrs. Travilla good humouredly, "don't be setting a bad example to my children, Mr. and Mrs. Dinsmore, but let us all adjourn amicably to the tea room, and try the beneficial effect of meat and drink upon our tempers." "That's a very severe reproof, coming from so mild a person as yourself, Mrs. Travilla," said Rose. "My dear, give your arm to Aunt Wealthy or our hostess. The ladies being so largely in the majority, the younger ones should be left to take care of themselves, of course excepting our bride. Miss King, will you take my arm?" "Sit here, my daughter," said Mrs. Travilla, indicating the seat before the tea urn. "Mother, I did not come here to turn you out of your rightful place," objected Elsie, blushing painfully. "My dear child, it is your own place. As the wife of the master of the house, you are its mistress, and if you knew how I long to see you actually filling that position, how glad I am to resign the reins to such hands as yours, you need not hesitate or hold back." "Yes, take it, wife," said Mr. Travilla, in tender, reassuring tones, as he led her to the seat of honour. "I know my mother is sincere, she is never anything else, and she told me long ago, even before she knew who was to be her daughter, how glad she would be to resign the cares of mistress of the household." Elsie yielded, making no further objection, and presided with the same modest ease, dignity, and grace with which she had filled the like position at Viamede. The experience there had accustomed her to the duties of the place, and after the first moment she felt quite at home in it. Mr. Dinsmore's carriage was announced at the early hour he had named. The conversation in the drawing room had been general for a time, but now the company had divided themselves into groups, the two older married ladies and Aunt Wealthy forming one, Mr. Travilla and Miss King another, while Mr. Dinsmore and his daughter had sought out the privacy of a sofa at a distance from the others, and were in the midst of one of the long confidential chats they always enjoyed so much. "Oh, papa, don't go yet," Elsie pleaded. "We're not half done our talk, and it's early." "But the little folks should have been in their nests long before this," he said, taking out his watch. "Then send them and their mammies home, and let the carriage return for you and the ladies, unless they wish to go now." He looked at her smilingly. "You are not feeling the need of rest and sleep?" "Not at all, papa, only the need of a longer chat with you." "Then, since you had so good a rest last night, it shall be as you wish." "Are you ready, my dear?" asked Rose from the other side of the room. "Not yet, wife. I shall stay half an hour longer, and if you ladies like to do the same, we will send the carriage home with the children and their mammies, and let it return for you." "What do you say, Aunt Wealthy and Miss Lottie?" inquired Mrs. Dinsmore. "I prefer to stay and talk out my finish with Mrs. Travilla," said Miss Stanhope. "I cast my vote on the same side," said Miss King. "But my dear Mrs. Dinsmore, don't let us keep you." "Thanks, no, but I too prefer another half hour in this pleasant company." The half hour flew away on swift wings, to Elsie especially. "But why leave us at all to night, Auntie and Lottie?" she asked, as the ladies began their preparations for departure. "You are to be my guests for the rest of the winter, are you not?" Then turning with a quick vivid blush to Mrs. Travilla, "Mother, am I transcending my rights?" "My dearest daughter, no. Did I not say you were henceforth mistress of this house?" "Yes, from its master down to the very horses in the stable and dogs in the kennel," laughed Mr. Travilla, coming softly up and stealing an arm about his wife's waist. Everybody laughed. "No, sir, I don't like to contradict you," retorted Elsie, colouring but looking lovingly into the eyes bent so fondly upon her, "but I am nothing to you but your little wife," and her voice sank almost to a whisper with the last word. "Ah, well, dear child, that's enough for me," he said in the same low tone. "But Lottie," she remarked aloud, "you are trying on your hat. Won't you stay?" "Not to night, thank you, Mrs. Travilla," answered the gay girl in her merry, lively tones. "You are to be at the Oaks to morrow, and perhaps well, we can settle the time there. And you, auntie?" "Why, dearie, I think you'd better get your housekeeping a little used to your ways first, and it's better for starting out that young folks should be alone." Mr. Dinsmore had stepped into the hall for his hat, and while the other ladies were making their adieus to her new mother, Elsie stole softly after him. "My good night kiss, papa," she whispered, putting her arms about his neck. "My dear darling, my precious, precious child, how glad I am to be able to give it to you once more, and to take my own from your own sweet lips," he said, clasping her closer. "God bless you and keep you, and ever cause his face to shine upon you." End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Elsie's Womanhood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. Elsie's Womanhood by Martha Finley. Chapter 18. Oh, what passions then, what melting sentiments of kindly care on the new parents seize. Thomson's Agamemnon. There is none in all this cold and hollow world, no fount of deep, strong, deathless love, save that within a mother's heart. Mrs. Hemans. Finding it so evidently the wish of both her husband and his mother, Elsie quietly and at once assumed the reins of government. But with that mother to go to for advice in every doubt and perplexity, and with a dozen or more of well-trained servants at her command, her post, though no sinecure, did not burden her with its duties. She still could find time for the cultivation of mind and heart, for daily walks and rides, and the enjoyment of society both at home and abroad. Shortly after the return of the newly married pair, there was a grand party given in their honour at Roselands, another at Ashlands, one at Pinegrove, at the Oaks, and several other places. Then a return was made, by a brilliant affair of the kind at Ion. But when at last this rather wearying round was over, they settled down to the quiet home life, much more congenial to both. Always ready to entertain with unbounded hospitality, and ignoring none of the legitimate claims of the outside world, they were yet far more interested in the affairs of their own little one, made up of those nearest and dearest. They were an eminently Christian household, carefully instructing their dependents in the things pertaining to godliness, urging them to faith in Jesus, evidenced by good works, trying to make the way of salvation very clear to their often dull apprehension, and to recommend it by their own pure, consistent lives. Night and morning all were called together, family and house servants, and Mr. Travilla read aloud a portion of Scripture, and led them in prayer and praise. Nor was a meal ever eaten without God's blessing having first been asked upon it. There was but one drawback to Elsie's felicity, that she no longer dwelt under the same roof with her father. Yet that was not so great, as a day seldom passed in which they did not meet once or oftener. It must be very urgent business or a severe storm that kept him from riding or driving over to Ion, unless his darling first appeared at the Oaks. Aunt Wealthy and Lottie came to Ion within a fortnight after the return from Viamede, and while the former divided the rest of her stay at the South between Ion and the Oaks, Lottie spent nearly the whole of hers with Elsie. In May, Harry Duncan came for his aunt, and Miss King returned with them to her paternal home. Our friends at Ion and the Oaks decided to spend their summer at home this year. "We have travelled so much of late years," said Rose, "that I am really tired of it." "And home is so dear and sweet," added Elsie. "I mean both Ion and the Oaks, Edward and papa, for somehow they seem to me to be both included in that one dear word." "That is right," responded her father. "Yes, we seem to be all one family," said Mr. Travilla, contentedly fondling Rosebud, whom he had coaxed to a seat upon his knee. "And like a good spouse I vote on the same side with my wife." "I too," said his mother, looking affectionately upon them both. "I have no inclination to travel, and shall be much happier for having you all about me." The summer glided rapidly by, and vanished, leaving at Ion a priceless treasure. It was a soft, hazy, delicious September morning. Elsie sat in her pretty boudoir, half reclining in the depths of a large velvet cushioned easy chair. Her husband had left her a minute before, and she was, no, not quite alone, for her eyes were turning with a sweet new light in them upon a beautiful rosewood crib, where, underneath the silken covers, and resting on pillows of eiderdown, lay a tiny form, only a glimpse of the pink face and one wee doubled up fist to be caught through the lace curtains so carefully drawn about the little sleeper. A familiar step was heard in the outer room. The door opened quietly, and Elsie, looking up, cried, "Papa!" in a delighted yet subdued tone. "My darling," he said, coming to her and taking her in his arms, "how nice to see you up again. But you must be careful, very, very careful, not to overexert yourself." "I am, my dear father, for Edward insists on it and watches over me, and baby too, as if really afraid we might somehow slip away from him. He is quite right. There, you must not stand. Recline in your chair again, while I help myself to a seat by your side. How are you to-day?" "I think I never felt better in my life, papa, so strong and well that it seems absurd to be taking such care of myself." "Not at all. You must do it. You seem to be alone with your babe. I hope you never lift her." "No, sir, not yet. That I shall not has been my husband's second order. Mammy is within easy call just in the next room, and will come the instant she is wanted." "Let me look at her, unless you think it will disturb her rest." "Oh no, sir," and the young mother gently drew aside the curtain of the crib. The two bent over the sleeping babe, listening to its gentle breathing. "Ah, papa, I feel so rich. You don't know how I love her," whispered Elsie. "Don't I, my daughter? Don't I know how I love you?" And his eyes turned with yearning affection upon her face, then back to that of the little one. 6 weeks old to-day, and a very cherub for beauty. Aunt Chloe tells me she is precisely my daughter over again, and I feel as if I had now an opportunity to recover what I lost in not having my firstborn with me from her birth. Little Elsie, grandpa feels that you are his precious treasure." The young mother's eyes grew misty with a strange mixture of emotion, in which love and joy were the deepest and strongest. Her arm stole round her father's neck. "Dear papa, how nice of you to love her so, my precious darling. She is yours too, almost as much as Edward's and mine, and I am sure if we should be taken away and you and she be left, you would be the same good father to her you have been to me." "Much better, I hope. My dear daughter, I was far too hard with you at times, but I know you have forgiven it all long ago." "Papa, dear papa, please don't ever again talk of forgiveness from me. I was your own, and I believe you always did what you thought was for my good. And oh, what you have been and are to me, no tongue can tell." "Or you to me, my own beloved child," he answered with emotion. The babe stirred and opened its eyes with a little coo coo. "Let me take her," said Mr. Dinsmore, turning back the cover and gently lifting her from her cosy nest. Elsie lay back among her cushions again, watching with delighted eyes as her father held and handled the wee body as deftly as the most competent child's nurse. It was a very beautiful babe, the complexion soft, smooth, and very fair, with a faint pink tinge; the little, finely formed head covered with rings of golden hair, that would some day change to the darker shade of her mother's, whose regular features and large soft brown eyes she inherited also. Sweet little flower blossomed into this world of sin and sorrow. Elsie, dearest, remember that she is not absolutely yours, her father's, or mine, but only lent you a little while to be trained up for the Lord." "Yes, papa, I know," she answered with emotion, "and I gave her to him even before her birth. I hope she will prove as like you in temper and disposition as she bids fair to be in looks." "Papa, I should like her to be much better than I was." He shook his head with a half incredulous smile. "That could hardly be, if she has any human nature at all." "Ah, papa, you forget how often I used to be naughty and disobedient, how often you had to punish me, particularly in that first year after you returned from Europe." A look of pain crossed his features. "Daughter dear, I am full of remorse when I think of that time. I fully deserve the epithet Travilla once bestowed upon me in his righteous indignation at my cruelty to my gentle, sensitive little girl." "What was that, papa?" she asked, with a look of wonder and surprise. "Dinsmore, you're a brute." "Papa, how could he say that?" And the fair face flushed with momentary excitement and anger towards the father of her child, whom she so thoroughly respected and so dearly loved. "Ah, don't be angry with him," said Mr. Dinsmore. "I was the culprit. You cannot have forgotten your fall from the piano stool, which came so near making me childless. It was he who ran in first, lifted you, and laid you on the sofa, with the blood streaming from the wounded temple over your curls and your white dress. Ah, I can never forget the sad sight, or the pang that shot through my heart with the thought that you were dead. It was as he laid you down that Travilla turned to me with those indignant words, and I felt that I fully deserved them. And yet I was even more cruel afterwards, when next you refused to obey when I bade you offend against your conscience." "Don't let us think or talk of it any more, dear father. I love far better to dwell upon the long years that followed, full of the tenderest care and kindness. You certainly can find nothing to blame yourself with in them." "Yes, I governed you too much. It would probably have ruined a less amiable temper, a less loving heart than yours. It is well for parents to be sometimes a little blind to trivial faults. And I was so strict, so stern, so arbitrary, so severe. My dear, be more lenient to your child. But of course she will never find sternness in either you or her father." "I think not, papa, unless she proves very headstrong. But you surely cannot mean to advise us not to require the prompt, cheerful, implicit obedience you have always exacted from all your children." "No, daughter, though you might sometimes excuse or pardon a little forgetfulness when the order has not been of vital importance," he answered with a smile. There was a moment's silence, then looking affectionately into her father's face, Elsie said, "I am so glad, papa, that we have had this talk. Edward and I have had several on the same subject, for we are very, very anxious to train our little one aright, and I find that we all agree. But you must be tired acting the part of nurse. Please lay her in my arms." "I am not tired, but I see you want her," he answered with a smile, doing as she requested. "Ah, you precious wee pet, you lovely, lovely little darling," the young mother said, clasping her child to her bosom and softly kissing the velvet cheek. "Papa, is she really beautiful, or is it only the mother love that makes her so in my eyes?" "No, she is really a remarkably beautiful babe. Strangers pronounce her so as well as ourselves. Do you feel quite strong enough to hold her?" "Oh yes, sir, yes indeed. The doctor says he thinks there would now be no danger in my lifting her, but," laughingly, and with a fond look up into her husband's eyes as at that moment he entered the room, "that old tyrant is so fearful of an injury to this piece of his personal property that he won't let me." "That old tyrant, eh?" he repeated, stooping to take a kiss from the sweet lips, and to bestow one on the wee face resting on her bosom. "Yes, you know you are," she answered, her eyes contradicting her words. "The idea of you forbidding me to lift my own baby." "My baby, my little friend," he said gaily. Elsie laughed a low, silvery, happy laugh, musical as a chime of bells. "Our baby," she corrected. "But you have not spoken to papa." "Ah, we said good morning out in the avenue. Dinsmore, since we are all three here together now, suppose we get Elsie's decision in regard to that matter we were consulting about." "Very well. What matter?" she asked, looking a little curious. "A business affair," replied her husband, taking a seat by her side. "I have a very good offer for your New Orleans property, daughter," said Mr. Dinsmore. "Shall I accept it?" "Do you think it advisable, papa? And you, Edward? I have great confidence in your judgments." "We do. We think the money could be better and more safely invested in foreign stock. But it is for you to decide, as the property is yours." "More safely invested? I thought I had heard you both say real estate was the safest of all investments." "Usually," replied her father, "but we fear property there is likely to depreciate in value." "Well, papa, please do just as you and my husband think best. You both know far more about these things than I do, and so I should rather trust your judgment than my own." "Then I shall make the sale, and I think the time will come when you will be very glad that I did." Mr. Dinsmore presently said good bye and went away, leaving them alone. "Are not your arms tired, little wife?" asked Mr. Travilla. "No, dear, Ah, it is so sweet to have her little head lying here, to feel her little form, and know that she is my own precious treasure." He rose, gently lifted her in his arms, put himself in the easy chair, and placed her on his knee. "Now I have you both, darling, do you know that I love you better to day than I ever did before?" "Ah, but you have said that many times," she answered, with an arch yet tender smile. "And it is always true. Each day I think my love as great as it can be, but the next I find it still greater. And I have felt angry with you to day, for the first time since you told me of your love." Her tone was remorseful and pleading, as though she would crave forgiveness. "Angry with me, my dearest? In what can I have offended?" he asked, in sorrowful surprise. "Papa was saying that he had sometimes been too hard with me, and had fully deserved the epithet you once bestowed upon him in your righteous indignation. It was when I fell from the piano stool. Do you remember?" "Ah, yes, I can never forget it, and I called him a brute. But you will forgive what occurred so long ago, and in a moment of anger aroused by my great love for you." "Forgive you, my husband? Ah, it is I who should crave forgiveness, and I do, though it was a momentary feeling. And now I love you all the better for the great loving heart that prompted the exclamation." "We will exchange forgiveness," he whispered, folding her closer to his heart. End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of Elsie's Womanhood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Elsie's Womanhood by Martha Finley. Chapter 19. Sweet is the image of the brooding dove, holy as heaven a mother's tender love. The love of many prayers and many tears, which changes not with dim declining years, the only love which, on this teeming earth, asks no return for passion's wayward birth. Mrs. Norton's Dream. Death is another life. Bailey. No mortal tongue or pen can describe the new, deep fountain of love the birth of her child had opened in our Elsie's heart. Already a devoted wife and daughter, she was the tenderest, most careful, most judicious of mothers, watching vigilantly over the welfare, physical, moral, and spiritual, of her precious charge. Often she took it with her to her closet, or kneeling beside its cradle, sent up fervent petitions to Him who, while on earth, said, "Suffer the little children, and forbid them not, to come unto me," that He would receive her little one, and early make her a lamb of His fold. And even before the child could comprehend, she began to tell it of that dear Saviour and His wondrous love. Then, as soon as it could speak, she taught it to lisp a simple prayer to Him. Little Elsie was almost the idol of her father and grandparents, who all looked upon her as a sort of second edition of her mother; more and more so as she grew in size, in beauty, and intelligence. Our Elsie seemed to find no cloud in her sky during that first year of her motherhood. "I thought I was as perfectly happy as possible in this world before our darling came," she said to her husband one day, "but I am far happier now, for oh, such a wellspring of joy as she is!" "I am sure I can echo and re echo your words," he said, folding the child to his heart. "How rich I have grown in the last 2 years! My 2 Elsies, more precious than the wealth of the world. Sometime I'm half afraid I love you both with an idolatrous affection, and that God will take you from me." His voice trembled with the last words. "I have had that fear also," she said, coming to his side, and laying her hand on his arm. "But, Edward, if we put God first, we cannot love each other, nor this wee precious pet, too dearly." "No, you are right, little wife; but we must not expect to continue always, or very long, so free from trial; for we 'must through much tribulation enter into the kingdom of God,' and 'many are the afflictions of the righteous.'" "But the Lord delivereth him out of them all," she responded, finishing the quotation. "Yes, dearest, I know that trials and troubles will come, but not of themselves, and what our dear Father sends, He will give us strength to bear. The Lord God is a sun and shield. The Lord will give grace and glory." This conversation was held when the little girl was about a year old. Early in the following winter Elsie said to the dear old Mrs. Travilla, "Mother, I am afraid you are not well. You are losing flesh and color, and do not seem so strong as usual. Mamma remarked it to me to day, and asked what ailed you." "I am doing very well, dear," the old lady answered with a placid smile, and in her own gentle, quiet tones. "Mother, dear mother, something is wrong. You don't deny that you are ill." And Elsie's tone was full of alarm and distress, as she hastily seated herself upon an ottoman beside Mrs. Travilla's easy chair, and earnestly scanned the aged face she loved so well. "We must have Dr. Barton here to see you. May I not send at once?" "No, dearest, I have already consulted him, and he is doing all he can for my relief." "But cannot cure you?" The answer came after a moment's pause. "No, dear, but I had hoped it would be much longer ere my cross cast its shadow over either your or Edward's path." Elsie could not speak. She only took the pale hands in hers, and pressed them again and again to her quivering lips, while her eyes filled to overflowing. "Dear daughter," said the calm, sweet voice, "do not grieve that I have got my summons home; for dearly, dearly as I love you all, I am often longing to see the face of my beloved, of him who hath redeemed me and washed me from my sins in his own precious blood." Mr. Travilla from the next room had heard it all. Hurrying in, he knelt by her side and folded his arms about her. "Mother," he said hoarsely, "oh, can it be so? Are we to lose you?" "No, my son, blessed be God, I shall not be lost, but only gone before. So don't be troubled and sorrowful when you see me suffer. Remember that He loves me far better than you can, and will never give me one unneeded pang. Well may I bear joyfully all He sends, for your light affliction, which is but for a moment, worketh for us a far more exceeding and eternal weight of glory. And He has said, When thou passest through the waters, I will be with thee; and through the floods, they shall not overflow thee. When thou walkest through the fire, thou shalt not be burned, neither shall the flames kindle upon thee." And He is faithful to His promises; but we will not let you die yet, my mother, if anything in the wide world can save you. There are more skillful physicians than Dr. Barton. We will consult them. "My son, the disease is one the whole profession agree in pronouncing incurable, and to travel would be torture. No, be content to let me die at home, with you and this beloved daughter to smooth my dying pillow, our wee precious pet to while away the pain with her pretty baby ways, and my own pastor to comfort me with God's truth and sweet thoughts of heaven." Elsie looked the question her trembling lips refused to utter. "I shall not probably leave you soon," said the old lady. "It's a slow thing, the doctor tells me. It will take some time to run its course." Elsie could scarce endure the anguish in her husband's face. Silently she placed herself by his side, her arm about his neck, and laid her cheek to his. He drew her yet closer, the other arm still embracing his mother. "Are you suffering much, dearest mother?" "Not more than He giveth me strength to bear, and His consolations are not small. My dear children, I have tried to hide this from you, lest it should mar your happiness. Do not let it do so. It is no cause of regret to me. I have lived my 80 years and 10, and if by reason of strength they should be 80, yet would their strength be labor and sorrow. I am deeply thankful that our Father has decreed to spare me the infirmities of extreme old age, by calling me home to that New Jerusalem where sin and sorrow, pain and feebleness are unknown." "But to see you suffer, mother!" groaned her son. "Think on the dear hand that sends the pain, so infinitely less than what He bore for me. That is but for a moment, and of the weight of glory it is to work for me. Try, my dear children, to be entirely submissive to His will." "We will, mother," they answered, and to be cheerful for your sake." A shadow had fallen upon the brightness of the hitherto happy home, a shadow of a great, coming sorrow, and the present grief of knowing that the dear mother, though ever patient, cheerful, resigned, was enduring almost constant and often very severe pain. They watched over her with tenderest love and care, doing everything in their power to relieve, strengthen, comfort her, never giving away in her presence to the grief that often wrung their hearts. Dearly as Mr. Travilla and Elsie had loved each other before, this community of sorrow drew them still closer together, as did their love for, and joy and pride in their beautiful child. The consolations of God were not small with any of our friends at Ion and the Oaks, yet was it a winter of trial to all. For some weeks after the above conversation, Mr. Dinsmore and Rose called every day, and showed themselves sincere sympathizers; but young Horace and little Rosebud were taken with scarlet fever in its worst form, and the parents being much with them, did not venture to Ion for fear of carrying the infection to wee Elsie. By God's blessing upon skillful medical advice and attention, and the best of nursing, the children were brought safely through the trying ordeal, the disease leaving no evil effects, as it so often does. But scarcely had they convalesced, when Mr. Dinsmore fell ill of typhoid fever, though of a rather mild type. Then as he began to go about again, Rose took to her bed with what proved to be a far more severe and lasting attack of the same disease. For weeks her life was in great jeopardy, and even after the danger was past, the improvement was so very slow that her husband was filled with anxiety for her. Meanwhile, the beloved invalid at Ion was slowly sinking to the grave; nay, rather, as she would have it, journeying rapidly towards her heavenly home, the land of the leal, the city which hath foundations, whose builder and maker is God. She suffered, but with a patience that never failed, a cheerfulness and joyful looking to the end, that made her sick room a sort of little heaven below. Her children were with her almost constantly through the day; but Mr. Travilla, watchful as ever over his idolized young wife, would not allow her to lose a night's rest, insisting on her retiring at the usual hour. Nor would he allow her ever to assist in lifting his mother, or any of the heavy nursing. She might smooth her pillows, give her medicines, order dainties prepared to tempt the failing appetite, and oversee the negro women who were capable nurses, and one of whom was always at hand night and day, ready to do whatever was required. Elsie dearly loved her mother-in-law, and felt it both a duty and delight to do all in her power for her comfort and consolation; but when she heard that her own beloved father was ill, she could not stay away from him, but made a daily visit to the Oaks and to his bedside. She was uniformly cheerful in his presence, but wept in secret because she was denied the privilege of nursing him in his illness. Then her sorrow and anxiety for Rose were great, and all the more because, Mrs. Travilla being then at the worst, she could very seldom leave her for even the shortest call at the Oaks. In the afternoon of a sweet, bright Sabbath in March, a little group gathered in Mrs. Travilla's room. Her pastor was there, a man of large heart, full of tender sympathy for the sick, the suffering, the bereaved, the poor, the distressed in mind, body, or estate; a man mighty in the Scriptures, with its warnings, its counsels, its assurances, its sweet and precious promises ever ready on his tongue; one who by much study of the Bible, accompanied by fervent prayer for the wisdom promised to him that asks it, had learned to wield wisely and with success the sword of the Spirit which is the Word of God. Like Noah, he was a preacher of righteousness, and like Paul could say, "I ceased not to warn every one night and day with tears." He had brought with him one of his elders, a man of like spirit, gentle, kind, tender, ever ready to obey the command to "weep with those that weep, and rejoice with those that do rejoice," a man silver haired and growing feeble with age, yet so meek and lowly in heart, so earnest and childlike in his approaches to our Father, that he seemed on the very verge of heaven. Comfort ye, my people, saith your God." Often these two had been in that sick room, comforting the aged saint as she neared the valley of the shadow of death. To day they had come again on the same Christ-like errand, and for the last time, for all could see that she stood on Jordan's very brink, its cold waters already creeping up about her feet. Mr. Dinsmore, Mr. Travilla, and Elsie were present; also, a little withdrawn from the others, Aunt Chloe, Uncle Joe, and a few of the old house servants who were Christians. The rich and the poor meet together, the Lord is the maker of them all. It was a sweetly solemn service, refreshing to the soul of each one there; most of all, perhaps, to that of her who would so soon be casting her crown at the Master's feet. "I am almost home," she said with brightening countenance, her low, sweet voice breaking the solemn stillness of the room. "I am entering the valley, but without fear, for Jesus is with me. I hear him saying to me, 'Fear not, I have redeemed thee; thou art mine.'" "He is all our hope and trust, dear friend, is he not?" asked her pastor. "All, all. His blood and righteousness are all my hope. All my righteousnesses are as filthy rags. All my best services have need to be forgiven. I am vile, but his blood cleanseth from all sin, and he has washed me in it, and made me meet for the inheritance of the saints in light." "Dear sister," said the old elder, taking her hand in a last farewell, "good bye for a short season. 'Twill not be long till we meet before the throne. Do not fear to cross the river, for he will be with you, and will not let you sink." "No, the everlasting arms are underneath and around me, and he will never leave nor forsake." "Precious in the sight of the Lord is the death of his saints," said the pastor, taking the feeble hand in his turn. "Fear not, you shall be more than conqueror through him that loved us." "Yes, the battle is fought, the victory is won, and I hear him saying to me, 'Come up hither.' Oh, I shall be there very soon, a sinner saved by grace." The pastor and elder withdrew, Mr. Travilla going with them to the door. Elsie brought a cordial and held it to her mother's lips, Mr. Dinsmore gently raising her head. "Thank you both," she said, with the courtesy for which she had ever been distinguished. Then as Mr. Dinsmore settled her more comfortably on her pillows, and Elsie set aside the empty cup, "Horace, my friend, farewell till we meet in a better land. Elsie, darling," laying her pale thin hand on the bowed head, "you have been a dear, dear daughter to me, such a comfort, such a blessing. May the Lord reward you." Elsie had much ado to control her feelings. Her father passed his arm about her waist, and made her rest her head upon his shoulder. "Mother, how are you now?" asked Mr. Travilla, coming in and taking his place on his wife's other side, close by the bed of the dying one. "All is peace, peace, the sweetest peace. I have nothing to do but to die. I am in the river, but the Lord upholdeth me with his hand, and I have almost reached the farther shore." She then asked for the babe, kissed and blessed it, and bade her son good bye. "Sing to me, children, the 23rd Psalm." Controlling their emotion by a strong effort, that they might minister to her comfort, they sang, the three voices blending in sweet harmony. "Thank you," she said again, as the last strain died away. "Hark! I hear sweeter, richer melody. The angels have come for me. Jesus is here. Lord Jesus, receive my spirit." There was an enraptured upward glance, an ecstatic smile, then the eyes closed and all was still. Without a struggle or a groan, the spirit had dropped its tenement of clay and sped away on its upward flight. It was like a translation; a deep hush filled the room, while for a moment they seemed almost to see "the glory that dwelleth in Emmanuel's land." They scarcely wept, their joy for her, the ransomed of the Lord, almost swallowing up their grief for themselves. But soon Elsie began to tremble violently, shudder after shudder shaking her whole frame, and in sudden alarm her husband and father led her from the room. "Oh, Elsie, my darling, my precious wife!" cried Travilla in a tone of agony, as they laid her upon a sofa in her boudoir, "are you ill? Are you in pain?" "Give way, daughter, and let the tears come," said Mr. Dinsmore, tenderly bending over her and gently smoothing her hair. "It will do you good, bring relief to the overstrained nerves and full heart." Even as he spoke, the barriers which for so many hours had been steadily, firmly resisting the grief and anguish swelling in her breast, suddenly gave way, and tears poured out like a flood. Her husband knelt by her side and drew her head to a resting place on his breast, while her father, with one of her hands in his, softly repeated text after text speaking of the bliss of the blessed dead. She grew calmer. "Don't be alarmed about me, dear Edward, dear papa," she said in her low, sweet tones. "I don't think I am ill; and heavy as our loss is, dearest husband, now we must rejoice for her. Let me go and perform the last office of love for her, our precious mother. I am better, I am able." "No, no, you are not, you must not," both answered in a breath. "Aunt Dinah and Aunt Chloe will do it all tenderly and lovingly, as if she had been of their own flesh and blood," added Mr. Travilla in trembling tones. CHAPTER XX.
Chapter 20 of Elsie's Womanhood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Deanna Beauvais. Elsie's Womanhood by Martha Finley. Chapter 20. There are smiles and tears in the mother's eyes, for her newborn babe beside her lies. O heaven of bliss, when the heart o'erflows with the rapture a mother only knows. Henry Ware, Jr. Mrs. Travilla was laid to rest in her own family burial ground, her dust sleeping beside that of her husband and children who had died in infancy, and daily her surviving son carried his little daughter thither to scatter flowers upon a dear grandmother's grave. It was not easy to learn to live without the dear mother. They missed her constantly, yet was their sorrow nearly swallowed up in joy for her, the blessed dead who had departed to be with Christ in glory, and to go no more out forever from that blissful presence. Their house was not made dark and gloomy. The sunlight and sweet spring air entered freely as of yore, nor did they suffer gloom to gather in their hearts or cloud their faces. Each was filled with thankfulness for the spared life of the other and of their darling little daughter. And scarce a week had passed away since heaven's portals opened wide to the ransomed soul, when a new voice, that of a son and heir, was heard in the old home, and many hearts rejoiced in the birth of the beautiful boy. "God has sent him to comfort you in your sorrow, dearest," Elsie whispered as her husband brought the babe, fresh from its first robing, by Aunt Chloe's careful hands, and with a very proud and happy face laid it in her arms. "Yes," he said in moved tones. "Oh, that men would praise the Lord for his goodness, and for his wonderful works to the children of men. If mother could only have seen him!" And tears gathered in the soft, sweet eyes of the young mother, gazing so tenderly upon the tiny face on her arm. "She will one day, I trust. I have been asking for this new darling, that he may be an heir of glory, that he may be early be gathered into the fold of the Good Shepherd. And I too," she said, "have besought my precious Savior to be the God of my children also from their birth. What do you intend to call your son?" "What do you?" she asked, smiling up at him. "Horace, for your father, if you like. And I had thought of Edward, for his father and yours. Horace Edward. Will that do?" "I am satisfied if you are, but Edward would do for the next." "But he may never come to claim it," she said, laughing. "Is papa in the house?" "Yes, and delighted to learn that he has a grandson." "Oh, bring him here, and let me see the first meeting between them." "Can you bear the excitement?" "I promise not to be excited, and it always does me good to see my dear father." Mr. Dinsmore came softly in, kissed very tenderly the pale face on the pillow, then took a long look at the tiny pink one nestling to her side. "Ah, isn't he a beauty? I have made you 2 grandfathers now, you dear papa, she said, indulging in a little jest to keep down the emotions tugging at her heartstrings. Do you feel too old and decrepit, mon père? Not very, he said, smiling and softly smoothing her hair. Not more so today than I did yesterday, but now I must leave you to rest and sleep. Try, my darling, for all our sakes, to be very prudent, very calm and quiet. I will, papa, and don't trouble about me. You know I am in good hands. Ah, stay a moment. Here is Edward bringing wee bit Elsie to take her first peep at her little brother. Mamma, cried the child, stretching out little arms toward the bed. Mamma, take Elsie. Mamma can't, darling. Poor mamma is so sick, said Mr. Travilla, staying with papa. But she shall kiss her mamma, dear precious little pet, Elsie said. Please hold her close for a minute, papa, and let her kiss her mother. He complied under protest, in which Mr. Dinsmore joined that he feared it would be too much for her, and the soft baby hands patted the wan cheeks. The tiny rosebud mouth was pressed again and again to the pale lips with rapturous cooings. Mamma, mamma. There, pet, that will do, said her father. Now see what mamma has for you. Look, mother's darling, Elsie said with a glad smile, exposing to view the tiny face by her side. Baby, cried the little girl with a joyous shout, clapping her chubby hands. Pretty baby, Elsie take. And the small arms were held out entreatingly. No, Elsie is too little to hold it, said her papa, but she may kiss it very softly. The child availed herself of the permission, then gently patting the newcomer, repeated her glad cry, Baby, pretty baby. Elsie's little brother, said her mamma tenderly. Now, dearest, let mamma take her away, she added, sinking back on her pillows with a weary sigh. He complied, then bent over her with a look of concern. I should not have brought her in, he said anxiously. It has been too much for you. But I wanted to see her delight. One more kiss, papa, before you go, and then I'll try to sleep. Elsie did not recover so speedily and entirely as before after the birth of her first babe, and those to whom she was so dear grew anxious and troubled about her. You want change, daughter, Mr. Dinsmore said, coming in one morning and finding her lying pale and languid on a sofa. We are all longing to have you at home. Do you feel equal to drive over to the Oaks? I think I do, papa, she answered, brightening. Edward took me for a short drive yesterday, and I felt better for it. Then, dearest, come home to your father's house and stay there as long as you can. Bring babies and nurses and come. Your own suite of rooms is quite ready for you, he said, caressing her gently. Ah, papa, how nice to go back and feel at home in my own father's house again, she said, softly stroking his head with her thin white hand as he bent over her, the sweet soft eyes gazing full into his, brimming over with love and joy. I shall go if Edward doesn't object. I'd like to start this minute, but you haven't told me how poor mamma is today. Not well, not very much stronger than you are, I fear, he answered with a slight sigh, but your coming will do her a world of good. Where is Travilla? Here, and quite at your service, replied Mr. Travilla's cheery voice, as he came in from the garden with his little daughter in his arms. Set her down, and while he exchanged greetings with Mr. Dinsmore, she ran to her mother with a bouquet of lovely, sweet-scented spring blossoms they had been gathering for mamma. Thank you, mother's darling, Elsie said, accepting the gift and tenderly caressing the giver. You and papa, too. But see who is here? The child turned to look, and with a joyous cry, Grandpa, ran into his outstretched arms. Grandpa's own wee pet, he said, hugging the little form close and covering the baby face with kisses. Will you come and live with Grandpa in his home for a while? Mamma, papa, too? She asked, turning a wistful look at them. Oh, yes, indeed, mamma and papa, too. Baby? Yes, baby and mammies and all. Will you come? May Elsie, mamma? Yes, pet, we will all go, if your papa is willing. And her soft eyes sought her husband's face with a look of love and confidence that said she knew well he would never deny her any good in his power to bestow. I have been proposing to my daughter to take possession again, for as long a time as she finds it convenient and agreeable, of her old suite of rooms at the Oaks. I think the change would do her good, and perhaps you and the little ones also, Mr. Dinsmore explained. Thank you, I think it would. When will you go, little wife? Papa proposes taking me at once. My carriage is at the door, and this is the pleasant part of the day, remarked Mr. Dinsmore. "Ah, yes. Then take Elsie with you, and I will follow shortly with children and servants. There is no reason in the world why she should not go, if she wishes, and stay as long as she likes." The change proved beneficial to Elsie. It was so pleasant to find herself again a member of her father's family, and that even with a short separation from her husband and little ones. Here, too, absent from the scenes so closely associated with the memory of her beloved mother-in-law, she dwelt less upon her loss, while at the same time she was entertained and cheered by constant intercourse with father, Rose, and young brother and sister. It was indeed a cheering thing to all parties to be thus brought together for a time as one family in delightful social intercourse. Yet though the invalids improved in spirits, and to some extent in other respects, they did not regain their usual strength, and the physicians recommending travel, particularly a sea voyage, it was finally decided to again visit Europe for an indefinite period, the length of their stay to depend on circumstances. It was in June 1860 they left their homes and, traveling northward, paid a short visit to relatives and friends in Philadelphia, then took the steamer for Europe. A few weeks later found them cozily established in a handsome villa overlooking the beautiful Bay of Naples. They formed but one family here, as at the Oaks, each couple having their own private suite of apartments, while all other rooms were used in common, and their meals taken together, an arrangement preferred by all. Mr. Dinsmore and his daughter especially rejoicing in it, as giving them almost as much of each other's society as before her marriage. In this lovely spot they planned to remain for some months, perchance a year, little dreaming that 5 years would roll their weary round ere they should see home and dear native land again. End of chapter 20. Recording by Deanna Beauvais.
Chapter 21 of Elsie's Womanhood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christina Glavis. Elsie's Womanhood by Martha Finley. Chapter 21. He who loves not his country can love nothing. Byron. There were sad hearts in a darkened home when the brave had left their bower, but the strength of prayer and sacrifice was with them in that hour. Mrs. Hemans. The sea voyage had done much for the health of both ladies, and the soft Italian air carried on the cure. Mr. Dinsmore, too, had recovered his usual strength for the first time since his attack of fever. There was no lack of good society at their command, good both socially and intellectually. American, English, Italian, French, etc., many former friends and acquaintances, and others desiring to be introduced by these, but none of our party felt disposed at that time to mix much with the outside world. Elsie's deep mourning was for her sufficient excuse for declining all invitations, while Rose could plead her still precarious state of health. She wore no outward badge of mourning for Mrs. Travilla, but felt deep and sincere grief at her loss, for the two had been intimate and dear friends for many years, the wide disparity in age making their intercourse and affection much like that of mother and daughter. The condition of political affairs in their own country was another thing that caused our friends to feel more exclusive and somewhat reluctant to mingle with those of other nationalities. Every mail brought them letters and papers from both North and South, and from their distant standpoint they watched with deep interest and anxiety the course of events fraught with such momentous consequences to their native land. Neither Mr. Dinsmore nor Mr. Travilla had ever been a politician, but both they and their wives were dear lovers of their country, by which they meant the whole Union. The three who were natives of the South acknowledged that that section was dearer to them than any other, but that the whole was nearer and dearer than any part, while Rose said she knew no difference, it was all her own beloved native land, to her mind one and indivisible. They led a cheerful, quiet life in their Italian home, devoting themselves to each other and their children, Mr. Dinsmore acting the part of tutor to young Horace, as he had done to Elsie. Her little ones were the pets and playthings of the entire household, while she and their father found the sweetest joy in caring for them and watching over and assisting the development of their natures, mental, moral, and physical. Their children would never be left to the care and training of servants, however faithful and devoted. Nor would those of Mr. Dinsmore and Rose. In the esteem of these wise Christian parents, the God-given charge of their own offspring took undoubted precedence of the claims of society. Thus placidly passed the summer and autumn, the monotony of their secluded life relieved by the enjoyment of literary pursuits, and varied by walks, rides, drives, and an occasional sail in bright, still weather over the waters of the lovely bay. Elsie entered the drawing-room one morning, with the little daughter in her arms. The child was beautiful as a cherub, the mother sweet and fair as ever, nor a day older in appearance than while yet a girl in her father's house. She found him sole occupant of the room, pacing to and fro with downcast eyes and troubled countenance, but looking up quickly at the sound of her footsteps, he came hastily towards her. "Come to grandpa," he said, holding out his hands to the little one. Then, as he took her in his arms, "My dear daughter, if I had any authority over you now—" "Papa," she interrupted, blushing deeply, while the quick tears sprang to her eyes, "you hurt me. Please don't speak so. I am as ready now as ever to obey your slightest behest." "Then, my darling, don't carry this child. You are not strong, and I fear will do yourself an injury. She can walk very well now, and if necessary to have her carried, call upon me, her father, or one of the servants. Aunt Chloe, Uncle Joe, Dinah, one or another is almost sure to be at hand." "I will try to follow out your wishes, papa. Edward has said the same thing to me, and no doubt you are right. But it is so sweet to have her in my arms, and so hard to refuse when she asks to be taken up." "You mustn't ask mamma to carry you," Mr. Dinsmore said to the child, caressing her tenderly as he spoke. "Poor mamma is not strong, and you will make her sick." They had seated themselves side by side upon a sofa. The little one turned a piteous look upon her mother, and with a quivering lip and fast-filling eyes said, "Mamma sick? Elsie Tisser make her well?" "No, my precious pet, mother isn't sick, so don't cry," Elsie answered, receiving the offered kiss, as the babe left her grandfather's knee and crept to her. Then the soft little hands patted her on the cheeks, and the chubby arms clung about her neck. But catching sight through the open window of her father coming up the garden walk, wee Elsie hastily let go her hold, slid to the floor, and ran to meet him. Mr. Dinsmore seemed again lost in gloomy thought. "Papa dear, what is it? What troubles you so?" asked Elsie, moving closer to him, and leaning affectionately on his shoulder, while the soft eyes sought his with a wistful, anxious expression. He put his arm about her, and just touching her cheek with his lips, heaved a deep sigh. "The papers bring us bad news. Lincoln is elected." "Ah, well, let us not borrow trouble, papa. Perhaps he may prove a pretty good president after all." "Just what I think," remarked Mr. Travilla, who had come in with his little girl in his arms at the moment of Mr. Dinsmore's announcement, and seated himself on his wife's other side. "Let us wait and see. All may go right with our country yet." Mr. Dinsmore shook his head sadly. "I wish I could think so. But in the past history of all republics, whenever section has arrayed itself against section, the result has been either a peaceful separation or civil war, nor can we hope to be an exception to the rule." "I should mourn over either," said Elsie. "I cannot bear to contemplate the dismemberment of our great, glorious old Union. Foreign nations would never respect either portion as they do the undivided whole." "No, and I can't believe either section can be so mad as to go that length," remarked her husband, fondling his baby daughter as he spoke. "The North, of course, does not desire a separation, but if the South goes, we'll be pretty sure to let her go peaceably." "I doubt it, Travilla. And even if a peaceable separation should be allowed at first, so many causes of contention would result, such as the control of the navigation of the Mississippi, the refusal of the North to restore runaway negroes, etc., etc., that it would soon come to blows." "Horace, you frighten me," said Rose, who had come in while they were talking. The color faded from Elsie's cheek, and a shudder ran over her, as she turned eagerly to hear her husband reply. "Why cross the bridge before we come to it, Dinsmore?" he answered cheerily, meeting his wife's anxious look with one so fond and free from care that her heart grew light. "Surely there'll be no fighting where there is no yoke of oppression to cast off. There can be no effect without a cause." "The accursed lust of power on the part of a few selfish, unprincipled men may invent a cause, and for the carrying out of their own ambitious schemes they may lead the people to believe and act upon it. No one proposes to interfere with our institution where it already exists. Even the Republican party has emphatically denied any such intention. Yet the hue and cry has been raised that slavery will be abolished by the incoming administration, arms put into the hands of the blacks, and a servile insurrection will bring untold horrors to the hearths and homes of the South." "Oh, dreadful, dreadful!" cried Rose. "But, my dear, there is really no such danger. The men, unscrupulous politicians, do not believe it themselves, but they want power, and as they could never succeed in getting the masses to rebel to compass their selfish ends, they have invented this falsehood, and are deceiving the people with it." "Don't put all the blame on the one side, Dinsmore," said Mr. Travilla. "No, that would be very unfair. The framers of our Constitution looked to gradual emancipation to rid us of this blot on our escutcheon, this palpable inconsistency between our conduct and our political creed. It did so in a number of states, and probably would err this in all, but for the fierce attacks of a few ultra-abolitionists who were more zealous to pull the mote out of their brother's eye than the beam out of their own, and so exasperated the Southern people by their wholesale abuse and denunciations that all thought of emancipation was given up. It is human nature to cling the tighter to anything another attempts to force from you, even though you may have felt ready enough to give it up of your own free will." "Very true," said Travilla, "and Garrison and his crew would have been at better work repenting of their own sins than denouncing those of their neighbors." "But, papa, you don't think it can come to war, a civil war, in our dear country, the best land the sun shines on, and where there is none of the oppression that makes a wise man mad?" "I fear it, daughter, I greatly fear it, but we will cast this care, as well as all others, upon Him who doeth according to His will, in the army of heaven and among the inhabitants of the earth." What a winter of uncertainty and gloom to Americans, both at home and abroad, was that of 1860 to 61. Each mail brought to our anxious friends in Naples news calculated to depress them more and more in view of the calamities that seemed to await their loved land. State after state was seceding and seizing upon United States property within its limits. Forts, arsenals, navy yards, custom houses, mints, ships, armories, and military stores, while the government at Washington remained inactive, doubtless fearing to precipitate the civil strife. Still Mr. Travilla, Rose, and Elsie, like many lovers of the Union, both North and South, clung to the hope that war might yet be averted. At length came the news of the formation of the Confederacy, Davis's election as its president, then of the firing upon the Star of the West, an unarmed vessel bearing troops and supplies to Fort Sumter. "Well, the first gun has been fired," said Mr. Dinsmore with a sigh, as he laid down the paper from which he had been reading the account. "But perhaps it may be the only one, papa," remarked Elsie hopefully. "I wish it may," replied her father, rising and beginning to pace to and fro, as was his wont when excited or disturbed. The next news from America was looked for with intense anxiety. It was delayed longer than usual, and at length a heavy mail came, consisting of letters and capers of various dates from the 12th to the 20th of April, and bringing news of the most exciting character in the fall of Fort Sumter, the call of the President for 75,000 troops to defend the capital, the seizure of the United States Armory at Harper's Ferry by the Confederates, the attack on the Massachusetts troops while passing through Baltimore, and lastly, the seizure of Norfolk Navy Yard. Dinner was just over at the villa, the family still chatting over the dessert, children and all in an unusually merry mood, when this mail was brought in by a servant and handed to Mr. Dinsmore. He promptly distributed it, took up the paper of the earliest date, and glancing over the headings, exclaimed with a groan, "It has come!"
What?
queried the others, in excited chorus. "War! My country! Oh, my country! Fort Sumter has fallen after a terrific bombardment of 36 hours." And he proceeded to read aloud the account of the engagement, the others listening in almost breathless silence. "And they have dared to fire upon the flag? The emblem of our nationality, the symbol of revolutionary glory, to tear it down and trample it in the dust!" cried Mr. Travilla, pushing back his chair in unwonted excitement. "Shameful! Shameful!" Tears were rolling down Elsie's cheeks, and Rose's eyes were full. "Let us adjourn to the library and learn together all these papers and letters can tell us," said Mr. Dinsmore, rising. "'Twill be better so. We shall need the support of each other's sympathy." He led the way, and the rest followed. The papers were examined first by the gentleman, now the one and now the other, reading an article aloud, the excitement and distress of all increasing with each item of intelligence in regard to public affairs. Rose and Elsie opened their letters, and now and then, in the short pauses of the reading, cast a hasty glance at their contents. Elsie's were from her Aunt Adelaide, Walter, and Enna; Rose's from her mother, Richard, May, and Sophie. The last seemed written in a state of distraction. Rose, I think I shall go crazy. My husband and his brothers have enlisted in the Confederate army. They, Harry especially, are furious at the North and full of fight, and I know my brothers at home will enlist on the other side. And what if they should meet and kill each other? Oh dear, my heart is like to break. And what is it all about? I can't see that anybody's oppressed, but when I tell Harry so, he just laughs and says, 'No, we're not going to wait till they have time to rivet our chains.' But I say, I've had neither sight nor sound of chains. Wait at least till you hear their clank." Then he laughs again, but says soothingly, "Never mind, little wife, don't distress yourself. The North won't fight, or if they do try it, will soon give it up. But I know they won't give up. They wouldn't be Americans if they did. Arthur and Walter Dinsmore were here yesterday, and Arthur is worse than Harry a great deal. Actually told me he wouldn't hesitate to shoot down any or all of my brothers if he met them in Federal uniform. Walter is almost silent on the subject, and has not yet enlisted. Arthur taunted him with being for the Union, and said if he was quite sure of it he'd shoot him, or help hang him to the nearest tree. Oh, Rose, pray that this dreadful war may be averted." Rose felt almost stunned with horror as she read, but her tears fell fast as she hurriedly perused the contents of the other three, learning from them that Richard, Harold, and Fred had already enlisted, and Edward would do the same should the war continue long. "My heart is torn in two," she cried, looking piteously up in her husband's face, with the tears streaming down her own. "What is it, my darling?" he asked, coming to her and taking her cold hands in his. Oh, my country, my brothers, too, and yours! They are pitted against each other, have enlisted in the opposing armies. Oh, Horace, Horace, whatever shall we do?" "God reigns, dearest. Let that comfort you and all of us," he said in moved tones. "It is dreadful, dreadful! Brothers, friends, neighbors, with hearts full of hatred and ready to imbrue their hands in each other's blood, and for what? That a few ambitious, selfish, unscrupulous men may retain and increase their power. For this they are ready to shed the blood of tens of thousands of their own countrymen, and bring utter ruin upon our beautiful sunny South." "Oh, papa, surely not!" cried Elsie. "These papers say the war cannot last more than 3 months. They forget that it will be American against American. If it is over in 3 years, 'twill be shorter than I expect." Elsie was weeping, scarcely less distressed than Rose. "We will at least hope for better things, little wife," her husband said, drawing her to him with caressing motion. "What do your letters say?" "They are full of the war. It is the all-absorbing theme with them, as with us. Aunt Adelaide's is very sad. Her heart clings to the South, as ours do, yet, like us, she has a strong love for the old Union. And she's very fond of her husband, who, she says, is very strong for the government. And then, besides her distress at the thought that he will enlist, her heart is torn with anguish because her brothers and his are in the opposing armies. Oh, Edward, isn't it terrible? Civil war in our dear land, so many whom we love, on both sides." There was a moment of sorrowful silence. Then her father asked, "What does Enna say?" "She is very bitter, papa. Speaks with great contempt of the North, exults over the fall of Fort Sumter and the seizure of United States property, glories in the war spirit of Dick and Arthur, and sneers at poor Walter because he is silent and sad, and declines, for the present at least, to take any part in the strife. Grandpa, she says, and his mother too, are almost ready to turn him out of the house, for they are as hot secessionists as can be found anywhere." "I have a letter from Walter too, papa. He writes in a very melancholy strain, hints mildly at the treatment he receives at home, says he can't bear the idea of fighting against the old flag, and still less the old friends he has at the North, and wishes he was with us or anywhere out of the country, that he might escape being forced to take part in the quarrel." "Poor fellow!" sighed Mr. Dinsmore. "Ah, I have a letter here from my father that I have not yet opened." He took it from the table as he spoke. His face darkened as he read, the frown and stern expression reminding Elsie of some of the scenes in her early days, but he handed the missive to Rose, remarking in a calm, quiet tone, "My father expects me to be as strong a secessionist as himself." "But you're for the Union, papa, are you not?" asked Horace. "You'd never fire upon the Stars and Stripes, the dear old flag that protects us here?" "No, my son. I love the dear South, which has always been my home, better far than any other of the sections, yet I love the whole better than a part." "So do I," exclaimed Rose warmly, "and if Pennsylvania, my own native state, should rebel against the general government, I'd say, put her down with a strong hand, and just so with any state or section, eastern, northern, middle, or western. I've always been taught that my country is the Union, and I think that teaching has been general through the North." "It is what my mother taught me, and what I have taught my children," said Mr. Dinsmore. "Not to love the South or my native state less, but the Union more. I was very young when I lost my mother, but that and some other of her teachings I have never forgotten." "There is, I believe, a strong love for the old Union throughout the whole South," remarked Mr. Travilla. "There would be no rebellion among the masses there, but for the deceptions practiced upon them by their leaders and politicians, and it is they who have been whirling the states out of the Union, scarce allowing the people a voice in the matter." "I don't wonder at the indignation of the North over the insult to the flag," said Elsie, "nor the furor for it that is sweeping over the land." "I'd like to be there to help fling it to the breeze," cried Horace excitedly, "and to see how gay the streets must be with it flying everywhere. Yes, and I'd like to help fight. Papa, am I not old enough? Mayn't I go?" "No, foolish boy, you are much too young, not yet 14. And suppose you were old enough, would you wish to fight your uncles? Kill one of them, perhaps? Uncle Walter, for instance?" "Oh, papa, no, no, no! I wouldn't for the world hurt one hair of dear Uncle Wal's head. No, not if he were the hottest kind of secessionist." "Kill Uncle Wal? Why, Horace, how could you ever think of such a thing?" exclaimed Rosebud. "And mamma and sister Elsie, why are you both crying so?" All the afternoon the elders of the family remained together, talking over the news. They could scarce think or speak of anything else. Very grave and sad all of them, the ladies now and then dropping a tear or two, while each paper was carefully scanned again and again, lest some item on the all-absorbing subject might have been overlooked, and every letter that had any bearing upon it read and reread till its contents had been fully digested. Mays gave a graphic account of the excitement in Philadelphia, the recruiting and drilling of troops, the making of flags, the constant universal singing of patriotic songs, etc., then closed with the story of the sorrowful parting with the dear brothers who might never return from the battlefield. It had been a bright, warm day, but at evening the sea breeze came in cool and fresh. Thin clouds were scudding across the sky, hiding the stars and giving but a faint and fitful view of the young moon that hung, a bright crescent, amid their murky folds. Mr. Dinsmore was pacing slowly to and fro upon an open colonnade overlooking the bay. He walked with bent head and folded arms, as one in painful thought. A slight girlish figure came gliding towards him from the open doorway. "Papa, dear, dear papa," murmured a voice tremulous with emotion, "you are very sad tonight. Would that your daughter could comfort you." He paused in his walk, took her in his arms, and folded her close to his heart. "Thank you, darling. Yes, I am sad, as we all are. Would that I could comfort you, and keep all sorrow from your life. Nay, that is not a right wish, for whom the Lord loveth, he chasteneth and scourgeth every son whom he receiveth. As many as I love I rebuke and chasten." "Yes, papa, those words make me more than willing to bear trials. But oh, how dreadful to know that our countrymen are already engaged in spilling each other's blood! Yes, that is harrowing enough, but that it should be also our near and dear relations. Elsie, I am thinking of my young brothers. They are not Christians, nor is my poor old father. How can they bear the trials just at hand? How unfit they are to meet death, especially in the sudden, awful form in which it is like to meet those who seek the battlefield. Daughter, you must help me pray for them, pleading the promise, if two of you shall agree." "I will, papa, and oh, I do feel deeply for them. Poor Walter, and poor, poor grandpa. I think he loves you best of all his sons, papa, but it would be very terrible to him to have the others killed or maimed." "Yes, it would indeed. Arthur is his mother's idol, and I dare say she now almost regrets that he has now so entirely recovered from his lameness as to be fit for the army." He drew her to a seat. "The babies are in bed, I suppose?" "Yes, papa. I left my darlings sleeping sweetly. I am trying to train them to regular habits and early hours, as you did me." "That is right." "Papa, it is so sweet to be a mother, to have my little Elsie in my lap, as I had but a few moments since, and feel the clasp of her arms about my neck, or the tiny hands patting and stroking my face, the sweet baby lips showering kisses all over it. while she coos and rejoices over me. Mamma, mamma, my mamma, Elsie's dear mamma, Elsie's own sweet pretty mamma. Ah, though our hearts ache for the dear land of our birth, we still have many, many blessings left. We have indeed. Mr. Travilla, Rose, and Horace now joined them, and the last named besieged his father with questions about the war and its causes, all of which were patiently answered to the best of Mr. Dinsmore's ability, Mr. Travilla now and then being appealed to for further information, or his opinion, while the ladies listened and occasionally put in a remark or a query. From that day the mails from America were looked for with redoubled anxiety and eagerness, though the war news was always painful, whichever side had gained a victory or suffered defeat. At first, papers and letters had been received from both North and South, giving them the advantage of hearing the report from each side, but soon the blockade shut off nearly all intercourse with the South, a mail from thence reaching them only occasionally, by means of some Confederate or foreign craft eluding the vigilance of the besieging squadron. Early in June there came a letter from Miss Stanhope, addressed to Elsie. Like all received from America now, it dwelt almost exclusively upon matters connected with the fearful struggle just fairly begun between the sections. The old lady's heart seemed full of love for the South, yet she was strongly for the Union, and said she should be so if any other section or state rebelled. Lansdale was full of excitement, flags flying everywhere. They had one streaming across from the top of the house, and another from a tree in the garden. Harry had enlisted in response to the first call of troops, and was now away, fighting in Virginia, while she, praying night and day for his safety, was, with most of the ladies of the town, busy as a bee knitting stockings and making shirts for the men in the field, and preparing lint, bandages, and little dainties for the sick and wounded. End of chapter 21. Recording by Christina Glavis. Chapter 22 of Elsie's Womanhood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christina Glavis. Elsie's Womanhood by Martha Finley. Chapter 22. Calm me, my God, and keep me calm, while these hot breezes blow. Be like the night dew's cooling balm upon earth's fevered brow. H. Bonar. Fear not, I will help thee. Isaiah 13:13. Dear old auntie! To think how hard at work for her country she is, while I sit idle here, sighed Elsie, closing the letter after reading it aloud to the assembled family. Mamma, Papa, Edward, is there nothing we can do? We can do just what they are doing, replied Rose with energy. I wonder I had not thought of it before. Shirts, stockings, lint, bandages, we can prepare them all, and send them with such fruits and delicacies as will carry from this far-off place. What say you, gentlemen? I think you can, was the simultaneous reply, Mr. Travilla adding, and we can help with the lint, and by running the sewing machines. I'd be glad to add to the comfort of the poor fellows on both sides. And money is needed by their aid societies, added Mr. Dinsmore. And I can send that, Elsie exclaimed joyously. Yes, we all can, said her father. Several busy weeks followed, and a large box was packed and sent off. If that arrived safely, we will send another, they said, for news had reached them that just such supplies were sorely needed. What, at it again, little wife? queried Mr. Travilla, entering Elsie's boudoir the next morning to find her delicate fingers busy with knitting needles and coarse blue yarn. Yes, sir, she said, smiling up at him. It seems a slight relief to my anxiety about my country to be doing something, if it is only this." "Ah, then I'll take lessons, if you or Aunt Chloe there will teach me," he returned, laughingly drawing up a chair and taking a seat by her side. "Mammy, can you supply another set of needles and more yarn?" "Yes, massa," and laying down the stocking she was at work upon, away she went in search of them. "Papa, see, so pretty!" cried a little voice, and wee Elsie was at his knee with a diamond necklace in her hand. "Yes," he said, gently taking it from her, "but rather too valuable a plaything for my little pet. How did she get hold of it, dearest?" he asked, turning to his wife. "Mamma say Elsie may. Please, papa, let Elsie have it," pleaded the little one with quivering lip and fast-filling eyes. "I gave her leave to look over the contents of my jewel box. She is a very careful little body, and Mammy and I are both on the watch," answered Mamma. "It is a great treat to her, and she takes up only one article at a time, examines it till satisfied, then lays it back exactly as she found it. So please, papa, may she go on?" "Yes, if Mamma gave permission, it is all right, darling," he said, caressing the child and returning the necklace. "Tank you, papa, mamma. Elsie be very tearful Mamma's pitty things," she cried with a gleeful laugh, holding up her rosebud mouth for a kiss, first to one, then the other. "Let papa see where you put it, precious," he said, following her as she tripped across the room and seated herself on a cushion in front of the box. "Dear papa, just where Elsie dot it," she said, laying it carefully back in its proper place. "See, so many, many pitty things in Mamma's box." "Yes," he said, passing his eye thoughtfully from one to another of the brilliant collection of rings, brooches, chains, bracelets, and necklaces sparkling with gems, diamonds, rubies, amethysts, pearls, emeralds, and other precious stones. "Little wife, your jewels alone are worth what to very many would be a handsome fortune." "Yes, Edward, and is it not really a pity to have so much locked up in them?" "No, it is a good investment, especially as things are at present. I could do very well without them, should never have bought them for myself. They are almost all your gifts and papa's, or his purchases." Aunt Chloe had returned with the needles and yarn, and now Elsie began giving the lesson in knitting, both she and her pupil making very merry over it. Rose and Mr. Dinsmore presently joined them, and the latter, not to be outdone by his son-in-law, invited his wife to teach him. Horace was at his lessons, but Rosebud, or Rosie as she had gradually come to be called, soon followed her parents. She was a bright, merry little girl of 6, very different from what her sister had been at that age, full of fun and frolicsome as a kitten, very fond of her father, liking to climb upon his knee to be petted and caressed, but clinging still more to her sweet, gentle mamma. Mr. Travilla and she were the best of friends. She was devotedly attached to her sister, and considered it very nice and funny that she was aunt to wee Elsie and baby Eddie. "Oh," she cried the moment she came into the room, "what is wee Elsie doing? Mamma, may I too?" "May you what?" asked Rose. "Why, what is the child doing? Playing with your jewels, Elsie?" asked Mr. Dinsmore in a tone of surprise, noticing for the first time what was the employment of his little granddaughter. "Yes, papa, but she is very careful, and I am watching her." "I should not allow it if she were my child. No, Rosie, you may not. You are not a careful little girl." Rosie was beginning to pout, but catching the stern look in her father's eye, quickly gave it up, her face clearing as if by magic. "Papa," Elsie asked in a low tone, "do you wish me to take away those costly playthings from my little girl?" "My dear daughter," he said, smiling tenderly upon her, "I have neither the right nor the wish to interfere with you and your children, especially when your husband approves of your management. I only fear you may suffer loss. How easy a valuable ring may slip through the little fingers and roll away into some crevice where it would never be found. "I'm afraid it is rather hazardous," she acknowledged. "Mammy, sit close to Elsie and keep a careful watch, lest she should drop something." "I begin to think there's truth in the old saw, 'It's hard to teach old dogs new tricks,'" remarked Mr. Travilla, with a comically rueful face. "I've a mind to give it up. What do you say, Dinsmore?" "That you wouldn't make a good soldier if you are so easily conquered, Travilla." "Oh? Fighting's another thing, but I'll persevere as long as you do, unless I find I'm wearying my teacher." "Perhaps you would learn faster with a better teacher," said Elsie. "I'm sure the fault is not in the scholar, because I know he's bright and talented." "Ah, then I shall try harder than ever to save your reputation. But take a recess now, for here comes my boy, reaching out his arms to papa. Bring him here, Dinah. Papa's own boy. He looks beautiful and as bright as the day." "Mamma thinks he's a very handsome mixture of papa and grandpa," Elsie said, leaning over to caress the babe, now crowing in his father's arms. "I'm afraid he inherits too much of his grandpa's temper," remarked Mr. Dinsmore, but with a glance of loving pride bestowed upon the beautiful babe. "I, for one, have no objection, provided he learns to control it as well," said Mr. Travilla. "He will make the finer character." Little Elsie had grown weary of her play. "Put box way now, Mammy," she said, getting up from her cushion. "We Elsie don't want any more. Mamma take. Elsie so tired." The baby voice sounded weak and languid, and tottering to her mother's side, she almost fell into her lap. "Oh, my baby, my precious darling, what is it?" cried Elsie, catching her up in her arms. "Papa, Edward, she's dying!" For the face had suddenly lost all its color, the eyes were rolled upward, the tiny fists tightly clenched, and the little limbs had grown stiff and rigid on the mother's lap. Mr. Travilla hastily set down the babe, laid turned to look at his little girl, his face full of alarm and distress. Mr. Dinsmore sprang to his daughter's side, and meeting her look of agony, said soothingly, "No, dearest, it is a spasm. She will soon be over it." "Yes, don't be so terrified, dear child," said Rose, dropping her work and hurrying to Elsie's assistance. "They are not unusual with children. I have seen both May and Daisy have them. Quick, Aunt Chloe, a cloth dipped in spirits of turpentine to lay over the stomach and bowels, and another to put between her shoulders. It is the best thing we can do till we get a doctor here. But ah, see, it is already passing away." That was true. The muscles were beginning to relax, and in another moment the eyes resumed their natural appearance. The hands were no longer clenched, and a low plaintive "Mamma" came from the little lips. "Mamma is here, darling," Elsie said, amid her fast dropping tears, covering the little wan face with kisses as she held it to her bosom. "Thank God, she is still ours!" exclaimed the father, almost under his breath. Then, a little louder, "Elsie, dear wife, I shall go at once for Dr. Channing, an English physician who has been highly recommended to me." "Do, dear husband, and urge him to come at once," she answered in a tone full of anxiety. He left the room, returning with the physician within half an hour to find the little girl asleep on her mother's breast. "Ah, I hope she is not going to be very ill," said the doctor, taking gentle hold of her tiny wrist. "She seems easy now, and her papa tells me the spasm was of very short duration." She woke, apparently free from suffering, allowed her papa to take her, that mamma's weary arms might rest, and in the course of the afternoon even got down from his knee and played about the room for a little while, but languidly, and was soon quite willing to be nursed again. Papa, grandpa, and Mamma Rose, as she lovingly called her young and fair step-grandmother, taking turns in trying to relieve and amuse her. She was a most affectionate, unselfish little creature, and though longing to lay again her weary little head on Mamma's breast, and feel the enfolding of Mamma's dear arms, gave up without a murmur when told that poor mamma was tired with holding so big a girl for so long, and quietly contented herself with the attention of the others. As the early evening hour, which was the children's bedtime, drew near, Elsie took her little girl again on her lap.
"Mamma, please talk to Elsie,"
pleaded the sweet baby voice, while the curly head fell languidly upon her shoulder, and a tiny hand, hot and dry with fever, softly patted her cheek. "What about, darling?"
"'Bout Jesus, Mamma. Do he love little chillens? Do he love wee Elsie?"
The gentle voice that answered was full of tears. "Yes, darling. Mamma and Papa, and dear Grandpa too, love you more than tongue can tell, but Jesus loves you better still."
"Mamma, may Elsie go there?"
"Where, my precious one?"
"To Jesus, Mamma. Elsie want to go see Jesus."
A sharp pang shot through the young mother's heart, and her arms tightened their clasp about the little form, while the hot tears chased each other adown her cheeks. One fell on the child's face.
"What? Mamma Kai? Mamma don't want Elsie to go see Jesus? Then Elsie will stay with Mamma and Papa. Don't Kai, Elsie's mamma."
And feebly the little hand tried to wipe away her mother's tears. With a silent prayer for help to control her emotion, Elsie cleared her voice and began in low, sweet tones the old, old story of Jesus and his love, his birth, his life, his death.
"Mamma, Elsie do love Jesus,"
were the earnest words that followed the close of the narrative.
"Say prayer now and go bed. Elsie feels sick. Mamma stay with Elsie?"
"Yes, my precious one. Mamma will stay close beside her darling as long as she wants her. You may say your little prayer kneeling in Mamma's lap, and then she will sing you to sleep."
"Jesus like Elsie do that way?"
"Yes, darling, when she's sick." Mamma's arms encircled and upheld the little form. The chubby hands were meekly folded, and the soft cheek rested against hers, while the few words of prayer faltered on the baby tongue. Then the posture changed to a more restful one. The sweet voice, still full of tears, and often trembling with emotion, sang the little one to sleep. Laying her gently in her crib, Elsie knelt beside it, sending up a petition with strong crying and tears, not that the young life might be spared, unless the will of God were so, but that she might be enabled to say with all her heart, "Thy will be done." Ere she had finished, her husband knelt beside her, asking the same for her and himself. They rose up together and folded to his heart. She wept out her sorrow upon his breast. "You are very weary, little wife," he said tenderly, passing his hand caressingly over her hair and pressing his lips again and again to the heated brow. "It is rest to lay my head here," she whispered, "but you must not stand," and sitting down he drew her to the sofa, still keeping his arm about her waist. "Bear up, dear wife," he said. "We will hope our precious darling is not very ill." She told him of the child's words, and the sad foreboding that had entered her own heart. "While there is life there is hope, dearest," he said, with assumed cheerfulness. "Let us not borrow trouble. Does he not say to us, as to the disciples of old, 'It is I, be not afraid'? Yes, and she is his, only lent to us for a season, and we dare not rebel should he see fit to recall his own," she answered amid her tears. "Oh, Edward, I am so glad we indulged her this morning in her wish to play with my jewels." "Yes, she is the most precious of them all," he said with emotion. Aunt Chloe, drawing near, respectfully suggested that it might be well to separate the children, in case the little girl's illness should prove to be contagious. "That is a wise thought, mammy," said Elsie. "Is it not, Edward?" "Yes, wife. Shall we take our little daughter to our own bedroom, and leave Eddie in possession of the nursery?" Yes, I will never leave her while she is ill." Weeks of anxious solicitude, of tenderest, most careful nursing followed, for the little one was very ill, and for some time grew worse hour by hour. For days there was little hope that her life would be spared, and a solemn silence reigned through the house. Even the romping, fun-loving Horace and Rosie, awe-struck into stillness, and often shedding tears, Horace in private, fearing to be considered unmanly, but Rosie openly and without any desire of concealment, at the thought that the darling of the house was about to pass away from earth. Rose was filled with grief. The father and the grandfather were almost heartbroken, but the mother! That first night she had scarcely closed an eye, but continually her heart was going up in earnest supplications for grace and strength to meet this sore trial with patience, calmness, and submission. And surely the prayer was heard and answered. Day and night she was with her suffering little one, watching beside its crib, or holding it in her arms, soothing it with tender words of mother love, or singing in low, sweet tones of Jesus and the happy land. Plenty of excellent nurses were at hand, more than willing to relieve her of her charge, but she would relinquish it to no one, except when compelled to take a little rest, that her strength might not utterly fail her. Even then she refused to leave the room, but lay where the first plaintive cry, "Mamma," would rouse her and bring her instantly to her darling's side. At times the big tears might be seen coursing down her cheek, as she gazed mournfully upon the baby face, so changed from what it was, but voice and manner were quiet and composed. Her husband was almost constantly at her side, sharing the care, the grief and anxiety, and the nursing, so far as she would let him. Rose, too, and Mr. Dinsmore were there every hour of the day, and often in the night, scarcely less anxious and grief-stricken than the parents, and Mr. Dinsmore especially, trembling for the life and health of the mother as well as the child. At length came a day when all knew and felt that wee Elsie was at the very brink of the grave, and the little thread of life might snap asunder at any moment. She lay on her pillow on her mother's lap, the limbs shrunken to half their former size, the face, but lately so beautiful with the bloom of health, grown wan and thin, with parched lips and half-closed dreamy eyes. Mr. Travilla sat close beside them, with cup and spoon in hand, now and then moistening the dry lips. Chloe, who had stationed herself a little behind her mistress to be within call, was dropping great tears on the soldier's stocking in her hand. Mr. Dinsmore came softly in and stood by the little group, his features working with emotion. "My darling," he murmured, "my precious daughter, may God comfort and sustain you." "He does, papa," she answered in low, calm tones, as she raised her head and lifted her mournful eyes to his face. "His consolations are not small in the trying hour." "You can give her up?" he asked, in a choking voice, looking with anguish upon the wasted features of his almost idolized grandchild. "Yes, papa, if he sees fit to take her. 'Twere but selfishness to want to keep her here. So safe, so happy will she be in Jesus' arms." Mr. Travilla's frame shook with emotion, and Mr. Dinsmore was not less agitated, but the mother was still calm and resigned. No sound had come from those little lips for hours, but now there was a faintly murmured "Mamma." "Yes, darling, mamma is here," Elsie answered, softly pressing a kiss on the white brow. "What shall mamma do for her baby?"
Jesus loves wee Elsie.
And the dreamy eyes unclosed and looked up into the sweet pale face bent so lovingly over her.
Elsie so glad. Mamma sing Happy Land.
The young mother's heart was like to burst, but with a silent prayer for strength, she controlled herself and sang low and sweetly, and even as she sang a change came over the child, and it fell into a deep, calm, natural sleep that lasted for hours. All the time on the mother's lap, her eyes scarce moving from the dear little face, her breath almost suspended, lest that life-giving slumber should be broken. In vain husband and father in turn entreated to be allowed to relieve her. "No, oh no," she whispered, "I cannot have her disturbed. It might cost her life." This was the turning point in the disease, and from that time the little one began to amend. But very weak and frail, she was still in need of weeks of continued tender, careful nursing. Mamma's lap was the place preferred above all others, but patient and unselfish, she yielded without a murmur when invited to the arms of Papa, Grandpa, Rose, or nurse, and told that dear Mamma was tired and needed rest. Elsie was indeed much reduced in health and strength, but love, joy, and thankfulness helped her to recuperate rapidly. End of chapter 22. Recording by Christina Glavis.
Chapter 23 of Elsie's Womanhood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Elsie's Womanhood by Martha Finley. Chapter 23. What fates impose, that men must needs abide. It boots not to resist both wind and tide. Shakespeare's Henry VI. From the time of Mr. Lincoln's election, Walter Dinsmore's home had been made very uncomfortable to him. After the fall of Sumter, it was well-nigh unendurable. Never were two brothers more entirely unlike than he and Arthur. The latter, selfish, proud, haughty, self-willed, passionate, and reckless of consequences to himself or others. The former sweet-tempered, amiable, and affectionate, but lacking in firmness and self-reliance. Poor fellow! His heart was divided. On the one side were home, parents, friends, and neighbors, native state and section. On the other, pride in the great, powerful Union he had hitherto called his country, love for the old flag as the emblem of its greatness and symbol of revolutionary glory, and, perhaps more potent than all, the wishes and entreaties of a Northern girl who had won his heart and promised him her hand. One April morning Walter, who had overslept himself, having been up late the night before, was roused from his slumbers by a loud hurrah coming from the veranda below. He recognized his father's voice, Arthur's, and that of one of the latter's particular friends, a hot secessionist residing in the adjacent city. There seemed a great tumult in the house, running to and fro, loud laughter, repeated hurrahs and voices, among which his mother's and Enna's were easily distinguished, talking in high, excited chorus. "So, Fort Sumter has fallen, and war is fairly inaugurated," he sighed to himself, as he rose and began to dress. "It can mean nothing else." "Glorious news, Wal!" cried Arthur, catching sight of him as he descended the stairs. "Fort Sumter has fallen, and Charleston is jubilant. Here, listen while I read the despatch." Walter heard it in grave silence, and at the close merely inquired how the news had come so early. "Johnson brought it, has gone on now to Ashlands with it, says the city's in a perfect furor of delight. But you, it seems, care nothing about it," Arthur concluded with a malignant sneer. "Not a word of rejoicing over this glorious victory?" cried Enna angrily. "Of 7,000 over 75? If I were Papa, I'd turn you out of the house," she exclaimed still more hotly. "Walter, I have no patience with you," said his father. "To think that son of mine should turn against his own country," he added with a groan. "No, father, I could never do that," Walter answered with emotion. "It looks very much like it, the utter indifference with which you received this glorious news," cried Mrs. Dinsmore with flashing eyes. "I'm positively ashamed of you." "No, mother, not with indifference, far from it, for it inaugurates a war that will drench the land with blood." "Nonsense, the North will never fight. A race of shopkeepers fighting for a sentiment. Pah! But come to breakfast. There's the bell." "Better, says Solomon, is a dinner of herbs where love is, than a stalled ox and hatred therewith." The luxurious breakfast at Roselands was partaken of with very little enjoyment that morning, by Walter especially, who had to bear contempt and ridicule. threats also. He was called a Yankee, coward, poltroon, traitor, and threatened with disinheritance and denouncement unless he would declare himself for the Confederacy and enlist in its army. The meal was but half over when he rose with flashing eyes, pale face, and quivering lips. "I am neither a traitor nor a coward," he said between his clenched teeth, "as perhaps time may prove to the sorrow of a father and mother, sister and brother, who can so use one who ill deserves such treatment at their hands." And turning, he stalked proudly from the room. Enna was beginning a sneering remark, but her father stopped her. "Hush! We have been too hard on the lad. He was always slower than Art about making up his mind, and I've no doubt will turn out all right in the end." Soon after breakfast, the father and mother had a private talk on the subject, and agreed to try coaxing and entreaties. "Wall always had a warm heart," replied Mr. Dinsmore finally, "and I dare say can be reached more readily through that." "Yes, he was your favourite always, while you have been very hard upon poor Arthur's youthful follies. But you see now which is the more worthy of the two." Mr. Dinsmore shook his head. "Not yet, wife. 'Tisn't always the braggart that turns out bravest in time of trial." "Yes, we shall see," she answered, with a slight toss of her haughty head. "I trust no son of mine will prove himself so cowardly as to run away from his country in her time of need, on whatever pretext." And having winged this shaft, perceiving with pleasure that her husband winced slightly under it, she sailed from the room, ascending the stairway, and presently paused before the door of Walter's dressing-room. It was slightly ajar, and pushing it gently open she entered without knocking. He stood leaning against the mantel, his tall, erect figure, the perfection of manly grace, his eyes fixed thoughtfully upon the carpet, and his fine, open, expressive countenance full of a noble sadness. There was something of motherly pride in the glance that met his as he looked up at the sound of Mrs. Dinsmore's step. Starting forward, he gallantly handed her to a seat, then stood respectfully waiting for what she had to say. "Walter, my dear boy," she began, "your father and I think we were all a trifle hard on you this morning." He colored slightly, but made no remark, and she went on. "Of course we can't believe it possible that a son of ours will ever show himself a coward. But it is very trying to us, very mortifying, to have you holding back in this way till all our neighbors and friends begin to hint that you are disloyal to your native state, and look scornful and contemptuous at the very mention of your name." Walter took a turn or two across the room, and coming back to her side, "Mother," said he, "you know it is my nature to be slow in deciding any matter of importance, and this is the weightiest one that ever I had to consider. Men much older and wiser than I are finding it a knotty question to which their loyalty is due, state or general government, where allegiance to the one ends and fealty to the other begins." "There is no question in my mind," she interrupted angrily. "Of course your allegiance is due to your state, so don't let me hear any more about that. Your father and brother never hesitated for a moment, and it would become you to be more ready to be guided by them." "Mother," he said with a pained look, "you forget that I am no longer a boy, and you would be the first to despise a man who could not form an opinion of his own. All I ask is time to decide this question, and another." "Pray, what may that be? Whether you will break with Miss Aller, I presume," she retorted sneeringly. "No, mother," he answered with dignity. "There is no question in my mind in regard to that. Mary and I are pledged to each other, and nothing but death can part us." "And," fiercely, "you would marry her, though she is ready to cheer on the men who are coming to invade our homes, and involve us in the horrors of a servile insurrection." "I think it is hardly an hour since I heard you say the North would not fight. And since we have shown our determination in capturing Sumter, the next news would be that we were to be allowed to go in peace. You may be right. I hope you are. But the fellows I know in the North are as full of pluck as ourselves, and I fear there is a long, fierce, bloody struggle before us." He stood before her with folded arms and grave, earnest face, his eyes meeting hers unflinchingly. "And ere I rush into it, I want to know that I am ready for death and for judgment." "No need to hesitate on that account," she said, with a contemptuous smile. "You've always been a remarkably upright young man, and I'm sure are safe enough. Besides, I haven't a doubt that those who die in defense of their country go straight to heaven." He shook his head. "I have been studying the Bible a good deal of late, and I know that that would never save my soul." "This is some of Horace's and Elsie's work. I wish they would attend to their own affairs and let you and others alone." And she rose and swept angrily from the room. Walter did not appear at dinner, nor was he seen again for several days. But as such absences were not infrequent, he having undertaken a sort of general oversight of both the Oaks and Ion, this excited no alarm. The first day, in fact, was spent at Ion. The next he rode over to the Oaks. Mrs. Murray always made him very comfortable, and was delighted to have the opportunity, for the place was lonely for her in the absence of the family. She was on the veranda as he rode up that morning, attended by his servant. "Ah, Mr. Walter!" she cried. "But I am glad to see you. You're a sight for saireen, sir. I hope you've come to stay a bit." He had given the reins to his servant and dismounted. "Yes," he said, shaking hands with her, "for 2 or 3 days, Mrs. Murray." "That's good news, sir. Will you come in and take a bite or sup o' something?" "Thank you, not now. I'll just sit here for a moment. The air is delightful this morning." "So it is, sir. And do you bring any news for our friends in Naples?" "No, I have heard nothing since I saw you last." "But what's this, Mr. Walter, that I hear the servants saying about a fight with the United States troops?" "Fort Sumter has fallen, Mrs. Murray. There's an account of the whole affair," he added, taking a newspaper from his pocket and handing it to her. She received it eagerly and with a hearty thanks. "I am going out into the grounds," he said, and walked away, leaving her to its perusal. He strolled down a green alley, inspected it, the lawns, the avenue, the flower and vegetable gardens, to see that all were in order, held a few minutes' conversation with the head gardener, making some suggestions and bestowing deserved praise of his faithful performance of his duties, then, wandering on, at length seated himself in Elsie's bower, and took from his breast pocket, where he had constantly carried it of late, a small morocco-bound gilt-edged volume. He sat there a long time, reading and pondering with grave, anxious face, it may be asking for heavenly guidance, too, for his eyes were now and then uplifted and his lips moved. The next day and the next he spent at the Oaks, passing most of his time in solitude, either in the least frequented parts of the grounds, or the lonely and deserted rooms of the mansion. Walter had always been a favourite with Mrs. Murray. She had a sort of motherly affection for him, and watching him furtively, felt sure that he had some heavy mental trouble. She waited and watched silently, hoping that he would confide in her and let her sympathize, if she could do nothing more. On the evening of the 3rd day, he came in from the grounds with a brightened countenance, his little book in his hand. She was on the veranda looking out for him, to ask if he was ready for his tea. He met her with a smile. "Is it good news, Mr. Walter?" she asked, thinking of the distracted state of the country. "Yes, Mrs. Murray, I think you will call it so. I have been searching here," and he held up the little volume, "for the pearl of great price, and I have found it." "Dear bairn, I thank God for ye," she exclaimed with emotion. "It's good news indeed." "I cannot think how I've been so blind," he went on in earnest tones. "It seems now so simple and easy. Just to believe in Jesus Christ, receive his offered pardon, his righteousness put upon me, the cleansing of his blood shed for the remission of sins, and trust my all to him for time and eternity. Now I am ready to meet death on the battlefield, if so it must be." "But oh, Mr. Walter, I hope you'll be spared that, and live to be a good soldier of Christ these many years." They were startled by the furious galloping of a horse coming up the drive, and the next moment Arthur drew rein before the door. "Walter, so you're here, as I thought. I've come for you. Lincoln has called for 75,000 troops to defend the capital, but we all know what that means, an invasion of the South. The North's a unit now, and so is the South. Davis has called for volunteers, and the war cry is resounding all over the land. We're raising a company. I'm appointed captain and you lieutenant. Come, if you hesitate now, you'll repent it. Father says he'll disown you forever." Arthur's utterance was fierce and rapid, but now he was compelled to pause for a breath, and Walter answered with excitement in his tones also. Of course, if it has come to that, I will not hesitate to defend my native soil, my home, my parents. All right, come on then, we leave tonight. Walter's horse was ordered at once, and in a few moments the brothers were galloping away side by side. Mrs. Murray looked after them with a sigh. Ah me, the poor laddies! Will they die on the battlefield? Aye, was me, but war's an awfu' thing. At Roselands all was bustle and excitement, everyone eager, as it seemed, to hasten the departure of the young men. But when everything was ready and the final adieus must be spoken, the mother embraced them with tears and sobs, and even Enna's voice faltered and her eyes grew moist. Mounting, they rode rapidly down the avenue, each followed by his own servant, and out at the great gate. Walter wheeled his horse. "One last look at the old home, Art," he said. "We may never see it again." "Always sentimental, Wal," laughed Arthur, somewhat scornfully. "But have your way." And he too wheeled about for a last farewell look. The moon had just risen, and by her silvery light the lordly mansion, with its clustering vines, the gardens, the lawn, the shrubbery, and the grand old trees, was distinctly visible. Never had the place looked more lovely. The evening breeze brought to their nostrils the delicious scent of roses in full bloom, and a nightingale poured forth a song of ravishing sweetness from a thicket hard by. Somehow, her song seemed to go to Walter's very heart, and a sad foreboding oppressed him as they gazed and listened for several moments, then turned their horses' heads and galloped down the road. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Elsie's Womanhood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Elsie's Womanhood by Martha Finley. Chapter 24. Is't death to fall for freedom's right? He's dead alone who lacks her light. Campbell. Wee Elsie was convalescing rapidly, and the hearts so wrung with anguish at sight of her sufferings and the fear of losing her, relieved from that, were again filled with the intense anxiety for their country, which for a short space had been half forgotten in the severity of the trial, apparently so close at hand. Mails from America came irregularly, now and then letters and papers from Philadelphia, New York, and other parts of the North, very seldom anything from the South. What was going on in their homes? What were dear relatives and friends doing and enduring? Were questions they were often asking of themselves or each other. Questions answered by a sigh only, or a shake of the head. The suspense was hard to bear, but who of all Americans, at home or abroad, who loved their native land, were not suffering at this time from anxiety and suspense? "A vessel came in last night, which I hope has a mail for us," remarked Mr. Dinsmore, as they sat down to the breakfast table one morning early in November. "I have sent Uncle Joe to find out, and bring it, if there." "Ah, if it should bring the glorious news that this dreadful war is over, and all our dear ones safe," sighed Rose. "Ah, no hope of that," returned her husband. "I think all are well nigh convinced now that it will last for years. The enlistments now, you remember, are for 3 years or the war." Uncle Joe's errand was not done very speedily, and on his return he found the family collected in the drawing-room. "Good luck dis time, massa," he said, addressing Mr. Dinsmore, as he handed him the mail-bag. "Lots of papers and letters." Eagerly the others gathered about the head of the household. Rose and Elsie, pale and trembling with excitement and apprehension. Mr. Travilla, grave and quiet, yet inwardly impatient of a moment's delay. It was just the same with Mr. Dinsmore. In a trice he had unlocked the bag and emptied its contents, magazines, papers, letters, upon a table. Rose's eye fell upon a letter, deeply edged with black, which bore her name and address in May's handwriting. She snatched it up with a sharp cry, and sank, half fainting, into a chair. Her husband and Elsie were instantly at her side. "Dear wife, my love, my darling, this is terrible, but the Lord will sustain you." "Mamma, dearest mamma, oh, that I could comfort you!" Mr. Travilla brought a glass of water. "Thank you, I am better now. I can bear it," she murmured faintly, laying her head on her husband's shoulder. "Open, read." Tell me." Elsie, in compliance with the sign from her father, opened the envelope and handed him the letter. Glancing over it, he read in low, moved tones: "Rose, Rose, how shall I tell it? Freddie is dead and Richie sorely wounded, both in that dreadful, dreadful battle of Ball's Bluff, both shot while trying to swim the river. Freddie killed instantly by a bullet in his brain, but Richie swam to shore, dragging Fred's body with him, then fainted from fatigue, pain, and loss of blood. Mamma is heartbroken, indeed we all are, and Papa seems to have suddenly grown many years older. Oh, we don't know how to bear it, and yet we are proud of our brave boys. Edward went on at once, when the sad news reached us, brought Richie home to be nursed, and Freddie's body to be buried. Oh, what a heartbreaking scene it was when they arrived. Harold, poor Harold, couldn't come home. They wouldn't give him a furlough even for a day. Edward went the day after the funeral and enlisted, and Richie will go back as soon as his wound heals. He says that while our men stood crowded together on the river bank, below the bluff, where they could neither fight nor retreat, and the enemy were pouring their shot into them from the heights, Fred came to him and, grasping his hand, said, 'Dear Dick, it's not likely either of us will come out of this alive, but if you do and I don't, tell Mother and the rest not to grieve, for I know in whom I have believed. Remember, dear Rose, this sweet message is for you as well as for us. Your loving sister, May Allison.'" Rose, who had been clinging about her husband's neck and hiding her face on his shoulder, vainly striving to suppress her sobs during the reading, now burst into a fit of hysterical weeping. "Oh, Freddie, Freddie, my little brother, my darling brother, how can I bear to think I shall never, never see you again in this world? Oh, Horace, he was always so bright and sweet, the very sunshine of the house." "Yes, dearest, but remember his dying message. Think of his perfect happiness now. He is free from all sin and sorrow, done with the weary marchings and fightings, the hunger and thirst, cold and heat and fatigue of war, no longer in danger from shot or bursting shell, or of lying wounded and suffering on the battlefield, or languishing in hospital or prison." "Yes," she sighed, "I should rather mourn for poor wounded Richie, for Harold and Edward, still exposed to the horrors of war. Oh, when will it end, this dreadful, dreadful war?" All were weeping, for all had known and loved the bright, frank, noble-hearted, genial young man. But Rose presently became more composed, and Mr. Travilla proceeded with the distribution of the remaining letters. "From Adelaide, doubtless, and I presume containing the same sad news," Mr. Dinsmore said, breaking the seal of another black-edged epistle, directed to him. "Yes, and more," he added, with a groan, as he ran his eye down the page. "Dick Percival was killed in a skirmish last May, and Enna is a widow. Poor fellow, I fear he was ill prepared to go." Mr. Travilla had taken up a newspaper. "Here is an account of that Ball's Bluff affair, which seems to have been very badly managed on the part of the Federals. Shall I read it aloud?" "Oh, yes, yes, if you please," sobbed Rose. "Let us know it all." "Badly managed indeed," was Mr. Dinsmore's comment at the conclusion. "It looks very like the work of treason." "And my two dear brothers were part of the dreadful sacrifice," moaned Rose. "But oh, how brave, noble, and unselfish they and many others showed themselves in that awful hour," said Elsie, amid her sobs and tears. "Dear mamma, doesn't that comfort you a little?" "Yes, dear child. Freddie's sweet message still more. Oh, I need not mourn for him." End of chapter 24.
Chapter 25 of Elsie's Womanhood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Deanna Beauvais. Elsie's Womanhood by Martha Finley. Chapter 25. Liberty, freedom, tyranny is dead. Run hence, proclaim, cry it about the streets. Shakespeare's Julius Caesar. The winter of 1861 to 1862 wore wearily away, the great republic still convulsed with all the horrors of the Civil War, and the opening spring witnessed no abatement of the fearful strife. During all these months, nothing unusual had occurred in the family of our friends at Naples. But one lovely morning in April, a sweet floweret blossomed among them, bringing joy and gladness to all hearts. "Our little Violet," Elsie said, smiling up at the happy face of her husband as he bent over her and the babe. "She has come to us just as her namesakes in America are lifting their pretty heads among the grass." "Thank you, darling," he answered, softly touching his lips to her cheek. "Yes, and we will give her my mother's name, and may she inherit her lovely disposition also. I should be so glad dear mother's was as lovely a character as I ever knew. Our responsibilities are growing, love. 3 precious little ones now, to train up for usefulness here and glory ever after." "Yes," she said, with a grave yet happy face. "And who is sufficient for these things?" "Our sufficiency is of God, and He has promised wisdom to those who ask it. What a comfort! I should like to show this pretty one to Walter. Where is he now, I wonder, poor fellow?" Ah, though she knew it not, he was then lying cold in death upon the bloody field of Shiloh. There had been news now and then from their northern friends and relatives. Richard Allison had recovered from his wound, and was again in the field. Edward was with the army also. Harold, too, and Philip Ross. Lucy was, like many others who had strong ties in both sections and their armies, well nigh distracted with grief and fear. From their relatives in the South, the last news received had been that of the death of Dick Percival. Nor did any further news reach there until the next November. Then they heard that Enna had been married again to another Confederate officer about a year after her first husband's death, that Walter had fallen at Shiloh, that Arthur was killed in the Battle of Luka, and that his mother, hearing of it just as she was convalescing from an attack of fever, had a relapse and died a few days after. Great was the grief of all for Walter. Mr. Dinsmore mourned very much for his father also, left thus almost alone in his declining years. No particulars were given in regard to the deaths of the 2 men. "Oh," cried Elsie, as she wept over Walter's loss, "what would I not give to know that he was ready for death! But surely we may rejoice in the hope that he was, since we have offered so much united prayer for him." "Yes," returned her father, "for if 2 of you shall agree on earth as touching anything that they shall ask, it shall be done for them of my Father which is in heaven. And God's promises are all, yea and amen, in Christ Jesus." "Papa," said Horace, "how can it be that good Christian men are fighting and killing each other?" "It is a very strange thing, my son, yet undoubtedly true that there are many true Christians on both sides. They do not see alike, and each is defending what he believes a righteous cause." "Listen all," said Mrs. Dinsmore, who was reading a letter from Daisy, her youngest sister. "Richard is ill in the hospital at Washington, and May has gone on to nurse him. Dr. King of Lansdale, Ohio, is there acting as a volunteer surgeon, and has Lottie with him. She will be company for our May. Don't worry about Richie. May writes that he is getting better fast." Rose smiled as she read the last sentence. "What is it, mamma?" asked Elsie. "Nothing much, only I was thinking how greatly Richie seemed to admire Miss King at the time of the wedding. Well, if he loses his heart, I hope he will get another in exchange." "Why, Sister Elsie, how could Uncle Richie lose his heart? Did they shoot a hole so it might drop out?" queried Rosebud in wide-eyed wonder. "I hope the doctors will sew up the place quick, for it does fall out," she added, with a look of deep concern. "Poor dear Uncle Wal is killed," she sobbed, "and Uncle Art too, and I don't want all my uncles to die or to be killed." "We will ask God to take care of them, dear daughter," said Rose, caressing the little weeper, "and we know that He is able to do it." One day in the following January, 1863, the gentlemen went into the city for a few hours, leaving their wives and children at home. They returned with faces full of excitement. "What news?" queried both ladies in a breath. "Lincoln has issued an emancipation proclamation freeing all the blacks." There was a momentary pause, then Rose said, "If it puts an end to this dreadful war, I shall not be sorry." "Nor I," said Elsie. "Perhaps you don't reflect that it takes a good deal out of our pockets," remarked her father. "Several 100,000 from yours." "Yes, papa, I know, but we will not be very poor. I alone have enough to keep us all comfortably. If I were only sure it would add to the happiness of my poor people, I should rejoice over it. but I am sorely troubled to know what has or will become of them. It is more than 2 years now since we have heard a word from Viamede. It is very likely we shall find nothing but ruins on all our plantations, Viamede, the Oaks, Ion, and Roselands," reported Mr. Dinsmore, pacing to and fro with an anxious and disturbed countenance. "Let us hope for the best," Mr. Travilla responded cheerfully. "The land will still be there, perhaps the houses too. The negroes will work for wages, and gradually we will be able to restore our homes to what they were." "And if the war stops now, we shall probably find them still in pretty good condition," said Elsie. "No," her father said, "the war is not at an end, or likely to be for a long time to come. But we will wait in patience and hope, daughter, and not grieve over losses that perhaps may bring great happiness to others." "Are we poor now, papa?" asked Horace, anxiously. "No, son, your sister is still very wealthy, and we all have comfortable incomes." "It did me good to see Uncle Joe's delight over the news," Mr. Travilla smilingly remarked to his wife. "Ah, you told him then?" she returned, with a keen interest and pleasure. "Yes, and it threw him into a transport of joy. 'Kay, massa,' he said, 'nebber tank to hear such news as dat. Nebber spects dis child lib to be freedom come, then sobering down. But, massa, we's been a prayin' for it. We's been cryin' to the good Lord like the chillen ob Israel when dey's in de house of bondage. Thousands and thousands ob us cried day and night, and de Lord hear, and now he answer hab come. Bress de Lord, bress his holy name for eber and eber.'" "And what will you do with your liberty, Uncle Joe?" I asked. Then he looked half frightened. "Massa, you ain't gwine to send us off? We lub you and Miss Elsie and de children, and we's getting most too old to start out new for ourselves." "Well, dear, I hope you assured him that he had nothing to fear on that score." "Certainly. I told him they were free to go or stay as they liked, and as long as they were with or near us, we would see that they were made comfortable." Then he repeated with great earnestness that he loved us all, and could never forget what you had done in restoring him to his wife, and making them both so comfortable and happy. "Yes, I think they've been very happy with us, and probably it was the bitter remembrance of the sufferings of his earlier life that made freedom seem so precious a boon to him." Going into the nursery, half an hour later, Elsie was grieved and surprised to find Chloe sitting by the crib of the sleeping baby, crying and sobbing as if her very heart would break, her head bowed upon her knees, and the sobs half smothered, lest they should disturb the child. "Why, mammy dear, what is the matter?" she asked, going to her and laying a hand tenderly on her shoulder. Chloe slid to her knees, and taking the soft white hand in both of hers, covered it with kisses and tears, while her whole frame shook with her bitter weeping. "Mammy, dear mammy, what is it?" Elsie asked in real alarm, quite forgetting for the moment the news of the morning, which indeed she could never have expected to cause such distress. "Dis child don't want no freedom," sobbed the poor old creature at length. "She lubs to belong to her darlin' young missus. Uncle Joe, he sing and jump and praise de Lord, 'cause freedom come; but your ole mammy don't want no freedom. She can't go for to leave you, Miss Elsie, her bressed darlin' child dat she done take care ob eber since she was born." "Mammy dear, you shall never leave me, except of your own free will," Elsie answered in tender, soothing tones. "Come, get up, and don't cry any more. Why would it come as near breaking my heart as yours if we had to part? What could I or my babies ever do without our old mammy to look after our comfort? Bress your heart, honey, you are allus good and kind to your old mammy," Chloe said, checking her sobs and wiping away her tears as she slowly rose to her feet. "De Lord bless you and keep you. Now let your mammy gib you one good hug, like when you were little child." "And many times since," said Elsie, smiling sweetly into the tear swollen eyes of her faithful old nurse, and not only submitting to, but returning the embrace. End of chapter 25. Recording by Deanna Beauvais. Chapter 26 of Elsie's Womanhood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Deanna Beauvais. Elsie's Womanhood by Martha Finley. Chapter 26. "And faint not, heart of man, though years wane slow. There have been those that from the deepest caves and cells of night and fastnesses below, the stormy dashing of the ocean waves, down, farther down, than gold lies hid, have nursed a quenchless hope, and watched their time and burst on the bright day like wakeners from the grave. Mrs. Hemans. Noon of a sultry July day, 1864. The scorching sun looks down upon a pine forest, in its midst a cleared space some 30 acres in extent, surrounded by a log stockade 10 feet high, the timbers set 3 feet deep into the ground, a star fort, with one gun at each corner of the square enclosure, on top of the stockade, sentinel boxes placed 20 feet apart, reached by steps from the outside. In each of these, a vigilant guard with loaded musket, constantly on the watch for the slightest pretext for shooting down some one or more of the prisoners, of whom there are from 25,000 to 30,000. All along the inner side of the wall, 6 feet from it, stretches a dead line, and any poor fellow thoughtlessly or accidentally laying a hand upon it, or allowing any part of his body to reach under or over it, will be instantly shot. A green, slimy, sluggish stream, bringing with it all the filth of the sewers of Andersonville, a village 3 miles distant, flows directly across the enclosure from east to west. Formerly, the only water fit to drink came from a spring beyond the eastern wall, which, flowing under it into the enclosure, emptied itself into the other stream, a few feet within the dead line. It did not suffice to satisfy the thirst of the thousands who must drink or die, and the little corner where its waters could be reached was always crowded, men pressing upon each other till often one or another would be pushed against the dead line, shot by the guard, and the body left lying till the next morning, even if it had fallen into the water beyond the line, polluting the scant supply left for the living. It did not suffice to satisfy the thirst of the thousands who must drink or die, and the little corner where its waters could be reached was always crowded, men pressing upon each other till often one or another would be pushed against the dead line, shot by the guard, and the body left lying till the next morning, even if it had fallen into the water beyond the line, polluting the scant supply left for the living. But the cry of these perishing ones had gone up into the ears of the merciful Father of us all, and of late spring of clear water bubbles up in their midst. But powder and shot, famine, exposure, for the prisoners have no shelter except as they burrow in the earth, and malaria from that sluggish, filthy stream, and the marshy ground on either side of it, are doing a fearful work. Every morning a wagon drawn by 4 mules is driven in, and the corpses, scattered here and there to the number of from 85 to 100, gathered up, tossed into it like sticks of wood, taken away and thrown promiscuously into a hole dug for the purpose, and earth shoveled over them. There are corpses lying about now. There are men slowly breathing out their last of life, with no dying bed, no pillow save the hard ground, no mother, wife, sister, daughter near to weep over or to comfort them as they enter the dark valley. Others there are, wasted and worn, till scarce more than living skeletons, creeping about on hands and feet, lying or sitting in every attitude of despair and suffering, a dull, hopeless misery in their sunken eyes, a pathetic patience fit to touch a heart of stone, while others still have grown frantic with that terrible pain, the hunger gnawing at their very vitals, and go staggering about, wildly raving in their hopeless agony. And on them all the scorching sun beats pitilessly down. Hard, cruel fate. Scorched with heat, with the cool shelter of the pine forests on every side, perishing with hunger in a land of plenty. In one corner, but a yard or so within the dead line, a group of officers in the Federal uniform, evidently men of culture and refinement, spite of their hatless and shoeless condition, ragged, soiled raiment, unkempt hair, and unshaven faces, sit on the ground like their comrades in misfortune, sweltering in the sun. When will this end, sighs one. I'd sooner die 100 deaths on the battlefield. Ah, who wouldn't, claims another. To starve, roast, and freeze by turns for one's country requires more patriotism by far than to march up to the cannon's mouth or charge uphill under a galling fire of musketry. True indeed, Jones, returns a fair-haired, blue-eyed young man, with face so gaunt and haggard with the famine that his own mother would scarcely have recognized him, and distinguished from the rest by a ball and chain attached to wrist and ankle. And yet we bear it for her sake and for freedom's. Who of us regrets that we did not stay at home in inglorious ease and leave our grand old ship of state to founder and to go to pieces amid the rocks of secession? None of us, Allison. No, no, the Union forever, returned several voices in chorus. Hark! As the sharp crack of a rifle was heard, and a prisoner, who, half crazed with suffering, had in staggering about approached too near the fatal line and laid a hand upon it, fell dead. Another patriot soul has gone to its account, and another rebel earned a 30 days' furlough. The dark eyes of the speaker flashed with indignation. Poor fellows, they don't know that it is to preserve their liberties we fight, starve, and die, to save them from the despotism their ambitious and unscrupulous leaders desire to establish over them, remarked Harold Allison. How grossly the masses of the Southern people have been deceived by a few hot-headed politicians, bent upon obtaining power for themselves at whatever cost. True, returned the other dryly, but it's just a little difficult to keep these things in mind under present circumstances. By the way, Allison, have you a sister who married a Mr. Horace Dinsmore? Yes, do you know Rose? Asked Harold in some surprise. I was once a guest at the Oaks for a fortnight or so, at the time of the marriage of Miss Elsie, Mr. Dinsmore's daughter, to a Mr. Travilla. Harold's face grew a shade paler, but his tones were calm and quiet. Indeed, and may I ask your name? Harry Duncan, at your service, returned the other, with a bow and a smile. I met your 3 brothers there, also your sisters, Mrs. Carrington and Miss May Allison. The color deepened slightly on Harry's cheek as he pronounced the last name. The pretty face, graceful form, charming manners, and sprightly conversation of the young lady were still fresh in his memory. Having enjoyed the hospitalities of Andersonville for but a few days, he was in better condition as to health and clothing than the rest of the group, who had been there for months. Harry Duncan, exclaimed Harold, offering his hand, which the other took in cordial grasp and shook heartily. Yes, I know. I have heard of you and your aunt, Miss Stanhope. I feel as if I'd found a brother. Thank you. Suppose we consider ourselves such. A brother is what I've been hankering after ever since I can remember. Agreed, said Harold. Perhaps, he added with a melancholy smile, we may find the fiction turned to fact some day. If you and one of my sisters should happen to take a fancy to each other, that is, if we live to get out of this, and to see home again, his tone at the last was very desponding. Cheer up, said Duncan, in a low, sympathizing tone. I think we can find a way to escape. Men have done so even from the Bastille, a far more difficult task, I should say. What's your idea? To dig our way out, working at night, and covering up the traces of our work by day. Yes, it's the only way possible, so far as I can see, said Harold. I have already escaped twice in that way, but only to be retaken, and this is what I gained, shaking his chain and pointing to the heavy ball attached. Yet, if I were rid of this, and possessed of a little more strength, I'd make a 3rd attempt. I think we could rid you of that little attachment, returned Duncan, and the tunnel once ready, help you in the race for liberty. The others of the group were exchanging significant nods and glances. I think we may let Duncan into our secret, said Jones. We're digging a well. Have gone down 6 feet. 3 feet below the surface is soapstone, so soft we can cut it with our jackknives. We mean to work our way out tonight. Will you join us? With all my heart. Suppose we are caught in the attempt, said one. We can't be in much worse condition than now, observed another, starving in his pestiferous atmosphere filled with malaria from the swamp and the effluvia from the half-decayed corpses, men dying every day, almost every hour, from famine, disease, or violence. No, said Harry, we may bring upon ourselves what Allison is enduring, or instant death, but I fear for one would prefer the latter to the slow torture of starvation. If we are ready, said Harold in low, solemn tones, it is appointed to men once to die, and after that the judgment. And what should you say was the needful preparation? Queried another, half mockingly. Repent ye, and believe the gospel. Let the wicked forsake his way, and the unrighteous man his thoughts, and let him return unto the Lord, and he will have mercy upon him, and to our God, for he will abundantly pardon. Believe on the Lord Jesus Christ, and thou shalt be saved. Silence fell on the little group. Duncan's eyes wandered over the field, over the thousands of brave men herded together there like cattle, with none of the comforts, few of the necessaries of life, over the living, the dying, the dead, taking in the whole aggregate of suffering with one sweeping glance. His eyes filled, his whole soul was moved with compassion, while he half forgot that he himself was one of them. How much were the consolations of God needed here? How few, comparatively, possessed them? But some there were who did, and were trying to impart them to the others. Should he stay and share in this good work? Perhaps he ought. He almost thought so for a moment. But he remembered his country's need. He had enlisted for the war. He must return to active service if he could. Then his eyes fell upon Harold. Here was a noble life to be saved, a life that would inevitably be lost to friends, relatives, country, by but a few weeks' longer sojourn in this horrible place. Duncan's determination was taken. With the help of God, the morning light should find them both free and far on their way towards the Union lines. "We'll try it, comrades, tonight," he said aloud. "So we will," they answered with determination. A man came staggering toward them, gesticulating wildly and swearing horrible oaths. "He is crazed with hunger, poor fellow," remarked Harold. Duncan was gazing steadily at the man, who had now sunk panting upon the ground, exhausted by his own violence. Evidently he had once possessed more than an ordinary share of physical beauty, but vice and evil passions had set their stamp upon his features, and famine had done its ghastly work. He was but a wreck of his former self. "Where have I seen that face?" murmured Harry, unconsciously thinking aloud. "In the rogues' gallery, perhaps. Tom Jackson is his name, or one of his names, for he has several aliases, I'm told," remarked someone standing near. "Yes, he's the very man," exclaimed Harry. "I have studied his photograph, and recognize him fully, in spite of famine's ravages. The wretch! He deserves all he suffers, and yet I pity him." "What! The would-be assassin of Viamede?" And Harold started to his feet, the hot blood dyeing his thin cheeks. "The same. You feel like lynching him on the spot, and no wonder. But refrain, they would bid you, and he is already suffering a worse fate than any you could mete out to him." "God forgive me," groaned Harold, dropping down again and hiding his face in his hands. "I believe there was murder in my heart." "The story? What was it?" asked Jones. "Tell it, Duncan. Anything to help us to a moment's forgetfulness." The others joined in the request, and Duncan gave the full particulars of the several attempts Jackson had made upon the lives of Mr. Travilla and Elsie. Allison never once lifted his face during the recital, but the rest listened with keen interest. "The fellow richly deserves lynching," was the unanimous verdict, "but as you say is already suffering a far worse fate." "And yet no worse than that of thousands of innocent men," remarked Jones bitterly. "Where's the justice of it?" "Do you expect even-handed justice here?" inquired another. "Perhaps he may be no worse in the sight of God than some of the rest of us," said Harold in a low, grave tone. "We do not know what evil influences may have surrounded him from his very birth, or whether, exposed to the same, we would have turned out any better." "I'm perishing with thirst," said Jones, "and must try pushing through that crowd about the spring." He wandered off, and the group scattered, leaving Harold and Duncan alone together. The two had a long talk of home, common friends and acquaintance, of the war, what this or that Federal force was probably now attempting, what future movements were likely to be made, and how the contest would end, neither doubting the final triumph of the government. "And that triumph can't be very far off either," concluded Harry. "I think the struggle will be over before this time next year, and I hope you and I may have had a hand in the winding up." "Perhaps you may," Allison rejoined a little sadly, "but I fear, have struck my last blow for my native land." "You are not strong now, but good nursing may do wonders for you," answered Harry cheerily. "Once within the Union lines, you will feel like another man." "Ah, but how to get me there? That's the tug of war," said Harold, but with a smile, and in tones more hopeful than his words. "Duncan, you are a Christian?" "Yes, Allison, Jesus Christ is the captain of my salvation, in whom I trust, and in whose service I desire to live and die." "Then we are brothers indeed." And with the words their right hands joined in a more cordial grasp than before. The sun was nearing the western horizon when at length Harold was left alone. He bowed his head upon his knees and thought in prayer, remaining thus for many minutes, striving for a spirit of forgiveness and compassion towards the coward wretch who would have slain one dearer to him than life. At last, as the shadows of evening were gathering over the place, he lifted a pale, patient face, and rising, made his way slowly, and with difficulty, toward the spot where Jackson lay prostrate on the ground, groaning and crying like a child. Sitting down beside the miserable creature, he spoke to him in gentle, soothing tones. "You have been here a long time?" "The longest year that I have ever lived, but it won't last much longer," and he uttered a fearful oath. "Are you expecting to be exchanged?" "Exchanged? No. What do those fellows at Washington care about our lives? They'll delay and delay till we're all starved to death, like hundreds and thousands before us." And again he concluded with a volley of oaths and curses, bestowed indiscriminately upon the President and Congress, Jeff Davis, Wirtz, and the Guard. Harold was shocked at his profanity. "Man," he said solemnly, "do you know that you are on the brink of the grave, and must soon appear at the bar of him whose holy name you are taking in vain?" "Curse you!" he cried, lifting his head for a moment, then dropping it again on the ground. "Take your cant to some other market. I don't believe in God, or heaven, or hell, and the sooner I die the better, for I'll be out of my misery. No, that is a fatal decision. Unless you turn and repent and believe on the Lord Jesus Christ, death can only plunge you into deeper misery. You have only a little while. Oh, I beseech you, don't cast away your last chance to secure pardon, peace, and eternal life." "You're casting your pearls before swine," returned the man sneeringly. "Not to say that I'm a hog exactly, but I've not a bit more of a soul than if I was. Your name's Allison, isn't it?" "It is." "Do you know anybody named Dinsmore or Travilla?" "Yes, and I know who you are, Jackson, and of your crimes against them. In the sight of God, you are a murderer." "You tell me to repent. I've repented many a time that I didn't take better aim and blow his brains out. Yes, and hers too. I hoped I had, till I saw the account in the papers." Harold's teeth and hands were tightly clenched in an almost superhuman effort to keep himself quiet, and the man went on without interruption. "He'd nearly made a finish of me, but I was smart enough to escape them, bloodhounds and all, and I got over the border into Texas, and had a pretty good time there for a while, after I recovered from that awful bloodletting. But when secession began, I slipped off and came north. You think I'm all bad, but I had a kind of love for the old flag, and went right into the army. Besides, I thought it might give me a chance to put a bullet through some of those that had thwarted my plans, and would have had me lynched if they could." Harold rose and went away, thinking that verily he had been casting his pearls before swine. Jackson had, indeed, thrown away his last chance, rejected the last offer of salvation, for, ere morning, life had fled, starved to death, and gone into eternity without God and without hope. His bitterest foe could not have desired for him a more terrible fate. There was no moon that night, and the evening was cloudy, making a favorable condition of affairs for the prisoners contemplating an escape. As soon as the darkness was dense enough to conceal their movements from the guard, the work of the tunneling began. It was tedious business, as they had none of the proper tools, and only one or two could work at a time at the digging and cutting away of the stone, but they relieved each other frequently at that, while those on the outside carried away in their coats, or whatever came to hand, the earth and fragments of stone dislodged, and spread them over the marshy ground near the creek. Duncan, returning from one of these trips, spoke in an undertone to Harold Allison, who, with a rude file made out of a broken knife blade, was patiently endeavoring to free himself from his shackles. "Jackson is dead. I half stumbled over a corpse in the dark, when a man close by, the same one that told us this afternoon who the fellow was, I recognized the voice, said, 'He's just breathed his last, poor wretch, died with a curse on his lips.' 'Who is he?' I asked, and he answered, 'Tom Jackson was one of his names.'" "Gone," said Harold, "with all that his sins upon his head. Yes, it's awful. Here, let me work that for a while. You're very tired." The proffered assistance was thankfully accepted, and another half hour of vigorous effort set Harold's limbs free. He stretched them out with a low exclamation of gratitude and relief. At the same instant a whisper came to their ears. "The work's done at last. Jones is out. Parsons close at his heels. Cox behind him. Will you go next?" "Thanks, no, I will be the last," said Duncan, "and take charge of Allison here, who is too weak to travel far alone." "Then I'm off," returned the voice. "Don't lose a minute in following me. Now, Allison, whispered Harry. "Summon all your strength and courage, old fellow. Duncan, you are a true and noble friend. God reward you. Let me be last. No, in with you, man. Not an instant to spare." And with kindly force he half lifted his friend into the well and guided him to the mouth of the tunnel. Allison crept through it as fast as his feeble strength would permit, Duncan close behind him. They emerged in safety, as the others had done before them, at once scattering in different directions. These two moved on together for several minutes, plunging deeper and deeper into the woods, but presently paused to take breath and consider their bearings. "Oh, the air of liberty is sweet," exclaimed Duncan, in low, exultant tones. "But we mustn't delay here." "No, we are far from safe yet," panted Allison. "But prayer and provender hinder no man's journey. Duncan, let's spend one moment in silent prayer for success in reaching the Union lines." They did so, kneeling on the ground, then rose and pressed forward with confidence. God, whose servants they were and whose help they had asked, would guide them in the right direction. "What a providence!" exclaimed Duncan, grasping Harold's arm as they came out upon an opening in the wood. "See," he said, pointing upward, "the clouds have broken away a little, and there shines the North Star. We can steer by that. Thank God! And so far we have been traveling in the right direction." "Amen! And we must press on with all speed, for daylight will soon be upon us, and with it, in all probability, our escape will be discovered and pursuit begun." No more breath could be spared for talk, and they pushed on in silence, now scrambling through a thicket of underbrush, tearing their clothes, and not seldom lacerating their flesh also, now leaping over a fallen tree, anon climbing a hill, and again fording or swimming a stream. At length Harold, sinking down upon a log, said, "I am utterly exhausted, can go no farther. Go on, and leave me to follow as I can after a little rest." "Not a step without you, Allison," returned Duncan determinedly. "Rest a bit, and then try it again with the help of my arm. Courage, old fellow. We must have put at least 6 or 8 miles between us and our late quarters. Aha! Yonder are some blackberry bushes, well laden with ripe fruit. Sit or lie still while I gather our breakfast." Hastily snatching a handful of oak leaves, and forming a rude basket by pinning them together with thorns, he quickly made his way to the bushes, a few yards distant, while Harold stretched himself upon the log and closed his weary eyes. He thought he had hardly done so when Duncan touched his arm. "Sorry to wake you, Allison, but time is precious, and, like the beggars, we must eat and run." The basket was heaped high with large, delicious berries, which greatly refreshed our travelers. "Now then, are you equal to another effort?" asked Duncan, as the last one disappeared, and he thrust the leaves into his pocket, adding, "We mustn't leave these to tell tales to our pursuers." "Yes, I dare not linger here," returned Allison, rising but totteringly. Duncan threw an arm about him, and again they pressed forward, toiling on for another half hour, when Allison again gave out, and sinking upon the ground, begged his friend to leave him and secure his own safety. "Never!" cried Duncan, "never! There would be more, many more, to mourn your loss than mine. Who would shed a tear for me but Aunt Wealthy? Dear old soul, it would be hard for her, I know, but she'd soon follow me. Yes, you are her all, but there's a large family of us, and I could easily be spared." Duncan shook his head. "Was your brother who fell at Ball's Bluff easily spared? But hark! was that?" He bent his ear to the ground. "The distant bay of hounds. We must push on," he cried, starting up in haste. "Bloodhounds on our track? Horrible!" exclaimed Harold, also starting to his feet, weakness and fatigue forgotten for a moment in the terror inspired by that thought. Duncan again gave him the support of his arm, and for the next half hour they pressed on quite rapidly. Yet their pursuers were gaining on them, for the bay of the hounds, though still distant, could now be distinctly heard, and Allison's strength again gave way. "I can go no farther, Duncan," he said pantingly. "Let me climb up yon tall oak and conceal myself among the branches while you hurry on. No, no, they would discover you directly, and it would be surrender or die. Ah, see, there's a little log cabin behind those bushes, and who knows but we may find help there. Courage and hope, my boy." And almost carrying Harold, Duncan hurried to the door of the hut. Pushing it open, and seeing an old negro inside. "Cato, Caesar." "Uncle Scipsa?" grinned the negro. "Well, no matter for the name. Will you help us? We're Federal soldiers just escaped from Andersonville, and they're after us with bloodhounds. Can you tell us of anything that will put the savage brutes off the scent? Sa? Something that will stop the hounds from following us. Quick, quick, if you know anything." The negro sprang up, reached a bottle from his shelf, and handing it to Harry, said, "Turpentine, sah. Rub 'em on your feet, gentlemen, and de hounds won't follow you no mo'. But please, sahs, go little ways off into the woods, fo you use 'em so the rebs not tink dis child gib 'em to ye." Harry clutched the bottle, throwing down a $10 bill, all the money he had about him, at Uncle Skip's feet, and dragging Harold some yards farther into the depths of the wood, seated him on a log, applied the turpentine plentifully to his feet and then to his own. All this time the baying of the hounds came nearer and nearer, till it seemed that the next moment would bring them into sight. "Up!" cried Harry, flinging away the empty bottle. "One more tug for life and liberty, or we are lost." Harold did not speak, but hope and fear once more inspiring him with temporary strength, he rose and hurried on by the side of his friend. Coming presently to a cleared space, they almost flew across it, and gained the shelter of the woods beyond. The cry of the hounds was no longer heard. "They've lost the scent, sure enough," said Duncan, exultingly. "A little farther, and I think we may venture to rest awhile, concealing ourselves in some thicket. Indeed, 'twill now be safer to hide by day, and continue our journey by night." They did so, spending that and the next day in hiding, living upon roots and berries, and the next 2 nights in traveling in the supposed direction of the nearest Union camp. Coming upon the pickets about sunrise of the 3rd day, they were of Captain Duncan's own regiment, and he was immediately recognized with a delighted "Hurrah!" "Hurrah for the Union and the old flag!" returned Harry, waving a green branch above his head in lieu of the military cap he had been robbed of by his captors. End of chapter 26. Recording by Deanna Beauvais. Chapter 27 of Elsie's Womanhood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Deanna Beauvais. Elsie's Womanhood by Martha Finley. Chapter 27. In peace, love tunes the shepherd's reed. In war, he mounts the warrior's steed. In halls, in gay attire is seen. In hamlets, dances on the green. Love rules the court, the camp, the grove, and men below and saints above. For love is heaven, and heaven is love. Scott. "Escaped prisoners from Andersonville, eh?" queried the guard, gathering about them. "Yes, and more than half starved. Especially my friend here, Captain Allison of the—" But the sentence was left unfinished, for at that instant Harold reeled, and would have fallen but for the strong arm of another officer quickly outstretched to save him. They made a litter and carried him into camp, where restoratives were immediately applied. He soon recovered from his faintness, but was found to be totally unfit for duty, and sent to the hospital at Washington, where he was placed in a bed adjoining that of his brother Richard, and allowed to share with him in the attentions of Dr. King, Miss Lottie, and his own sister May. How they all wept over him, reduced almost to a skeleton, so wan, so weak, so aged in those few short months. He recognized his brother and sister with a faint smile, a murmured word or two, then sank into a state of semi-stupor, from which he roused only when spoken to, relapsing into it again immediately. Slowly, very slowly, medical skill and tender, careful nursing told upon his exhausted frame, till at length he seemed to awake to new life, began to notice what was going on about him, was able to take part in a cheerful chat now and then, and became eager for news from home and of the progress of the war. Months had passed away. In the meantime, Richard had returned to camp, and Harry Duncan, wounded in a late battle, now occupied his deserted bed in the hospital. Harry was suffering, but in excellent spirits. "Cheer up, Allison," he said. "You and I will never go back to Andersonville. The war can't last much longer, and we may consider the Union saved. Ah, this is a vast improvement upon Andersonville fare," he added gaily, as Lottie and May appeared before them, each bearing a tray with a delicious little lunch upon it. "Miss Lottie, I'm almost tempted to say it pays to be ill or wounded. That one may be tended by fair ladies' hands. Ah, that speech should have come from Mr. Allison, for May is fair, and her hands are white, while mine are brown," she answered demurely, as she set her tray within his reach, May doing the same for Harold. "None the less beautiful, Miss King," returned Duncan gallantly. "Many a whiter hand is not half so shapely or so useful. Now reward me for that pretty compliment by coaxing your father to get me well as fast as possible, that I may have a share in the taking of Richmond. That would be a waste of my breath, as he's doing all he can already, but I'll do my part with coddling, write all your letters for you, business, friendship, love, and do anything else desired, if in my power. You're very good," he said, with a furtive glance at May, who seemed to see or hear nothing but her brother, who was asking about the last news from home. "Very good indeed, Miss King, especially as regards the love letters. I presume it would not be necessary for me even to be at the trouble of dictating them?" "Oh no, certainly not." "Joking aside, I shall be greatly obliged if you will write to Aunt Wealthy today for me." "With pleasure, especially as I can tell her your wound is not a dangerous one, and you will not lose a limb. But do tell me, what did you poor fellows get to eat at Andersonville?" "Well, 1 week's daily ration consisted of 1 pint of cornmeal ground up cob, and altogether 4 ounces of mule meat, generally spoiled and emitting anything but an appetizing odor. But then we were not troubled with want of the best sauce for our meals." "Hunger? Yes, we'd plenty of that always. In addition to the cornmeal and meat, we had a half pint of peas full of bugs." "Oh, you poor creatures! I hope it was a little better the alternate week." "Just the same, except in lieu of the cornmeal we had 3 square inches of cornbread." "Is it jest or earnest?" asked Lottie, appealing to Harold. "Dead earnest, Miss King. And for medicine we had sumac and white oak bark." "No matter what ailed you?" "Oh yes, that made no difference." To Harry's impatience, the winter wore slowly away, while he was confined within the hospital walls. Yet the daily, almost hourly sight of May Allison's sweet face, and the sound of her musical voice, went far to reconcile him to this life of inactivity and inglorious ease, as he termed it in his moments of restless longing to be again in the field. By the last of March this ardent desire was granted, and he hurried away in fine spirits, leaving May pale and tearful, but with a ring on her finger that had not been there before. "Ah," said Lottie, pointing to it with a merry twinkle in her eye, and passing her arm about May's waist as she spoke, "I shall be very generous, and not tease you as you did when someone else treated me exactly so." "It is good of you," whispered May, laying her wet cheek on her friend's shoulder, "and I'm ever so glad you're to be my sister." "And won't Aunt Wealthy rejoice over you as over a mine of gold?" Poor Harold, sitting pale and weak upon the side of his cot, longing to be with his friend, sharing his labors and perils, yet feeling the springs of life were broken within him, was lifting up a silent prayer for strength to endure to the end. A familiar step drew near, and Dr. King laid his hand on the young man's shoulder. "Cheer up, my dear boy," he said. "We are trying to get you leave to go home for 30 days, and the war will be over before that time expires, so that you will not have to come back." Home! And Harold's eye brightened for a moment. "Yes, I should like to die at home, with mother and father, brothers and sisters about me." "But you are not going to die just yet," returned the doctor with assumed gaiety, "and home and mother will do wonders for you." Dr. King and the blue eyes looked up calmly and steadily into the physician's face. "Please tell me exactly what you think of my case. Is there any hope of recovery? You may improve very much. I think you will when you get home, and though there is little hope of the entire recovery of your former health and strength, you may live for years." "But it is likely I shall not live another year?" "Do not be afraid to say so. I should rather welcome the news. Am I not right?" "Yes, I think you are nearing home, my dear boy, the land where the inhabitant shall not say, 'I am sick.'" There was a genuine feeling in the doctor's tone. A moment's silence, and Harold said, "Thank you. It is what I have suspected for some time, and it causes me no regret, save for the sake of those who love me and will grieve over my early death. But don't forget that there is still a possibility of recuperation. While there's life, there's hope." True, and I will let them hope as long as they can." The doctor passed on to another patient, and Harold was again left to the companionship of his own thoughts. But not for long. They were presently broken in upon by the appearance of May with a very bright face. "See," she cried joyously, holding up a package. "Letters from home, and Naples too. Rose writes to mamma, and she has enclosed the letter for our benefit." "Then let us enjoy it together. Sit here and read it to me, will you? My eyes are rather weak, you know, and I see the ink is pale. But mamma's note to you can wait its turn. I always like to keep the best till the last." Harold hardly acknowledged to himself that he was very eager to hear news from Elsie, even more than to read the loving words from his mother's pen. "Very well, then, there seems to be no secret," said May, glancing over the contents, and seating herself by his side, she began. After speaking of some other matters, Rose went on, "But I have kept my greatest peace till now. Our family is growing. We have another grandson who arrived about 2 weeks ago, Harold Allison Travilla by name. Elsie is doing fine. The sleepy little newcomer is greatly admired and loved by old and young. We make as great to do over him as though he were the first instead of the fourth grandchild. My husband and I are growing quite patriarchal. Elsie is the loveliest and the best of mothers, perfectly devoted to her children, so patient and so tender, so loving and gentle, and yet so firm. Mr. Travilla and she are of one mind in regard to their training, requiring as prompt and cheerful obedience as Horace always has, yet exceedingly indulgent wherever indulgence can do no harm. One does not often see so well trained and yet so merry and happy a family of little folks. Tell our Harold, my poor dear brother, that we hope his name child will be an honor to him." "Are you not pleased?" asked May, pausing to look up at him. "Yes," he answered, with a quiet, rather melancholy smile. "They are very kind to remember me so. I hope they will soon bring the little fellow to see me. I knew Elsie would make just such a lovely mother." "Nothing about the time of their return," observed May, as she finished reading, "but they will hardly linger long after the close of the war." May had left the room, and Harold lay languid and weak upon his cot. A Confederate officer, occupying the next, addressed him, arousing him out of the reverie into which he had fallen. "Excuse me, sir, but I could not help hearing some parts of the letter read aloud by the lady, your sister, I believe." "Yes, of course you could not help hearing, and there is no harm done," Harold answered with a friendly tone and smile, "so no need for apologies. But there is something else. Did you know anything of a Lieutenant Walter Dinsmore, belonging to our side, who fell in the battle of Shiloh?" "Yes, knew and loved him," exclaimed Harold, raising himself on his elbow, and turning a keenly interested, questioning gaze upon the stranger. "Then it must be the same family," said the latter, half to himself, half to Harold. "Same as what, sir?" "That letter I could not help hearing was dated Naples, signed Rose Dinsmore, and talked of Elsie, Mr. Travilla, and their children. Now Lieutenant Dinsmore told me he had a brother residing temporarily in Naples, and also a niece, a Mrs. Elsie Travilla, and before going into the fight he entrusted me a small package directed to her with the request that, if he fell, I would have it forwarded to her when an opportunity offered. Will you, sir, take charge of it, and see that it reaches the lady's hands?" "With pleasure. How glad she will be to get it, for she loved Walter dearly." "They were near of an age?" "Yes, the uncle a trifle younger than the niece. Dinsmore and I were together almost constantly during the last 6 months of his life, and became very intimate. My haversack, Smith, if you please," addressing a nurse. It was brought, opened, and a small package taken from it and given to Harold. He gazed upon it with sad thoughtfulness for a moment, then bestowing it safely in his breast pocket. "Thank you very much," he said. "I will deliver it with my own hand, if she returns from Europe as soon as we expect." End of chapter 27. Recording by Deanna Beauvais. Chapter 28 of Elsie's Womanhood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Deanna Beauvais. Elsie's Womanhood by Martha Finley. Chapter 28. She led me first to God. Her words and prayers were my young spirit's due. John Pierpoint. Elm Grove, the country seat of the elder Mr. Allison, had never looked lovelier than a beautiful June morning in the year 1865. The place had been greatly improved since Elsie's first sight of it. While it was still Rose's girlhood home, where Mr. Dinsmore and his little daughter were so hospitably entertained for many weeks, there was now a second dwelling house on the estate, but a few hundred yards distant from the first, owned by Edward Allison, and occupied by himself, wife, and children, of whom there were several. Our friends from Naples had arrived the night before. The Dinsmores were domiciled in the paternal mansion, the Travillas with Edward and Adelaide. The sun was not yet an hour high as Elsie stood at the open window of her dressing room, looking out over the beautiful grounds to the brook beyond, on whose grassy banks, years ago, she and Harold and Sophie had spent so many happy hours. How vividly those scenes of her childhood rose up before her. "Dear Harold," she murmured with a slight sigh, "how kind he always was to me." She could not think of him without pain, remembering their last interview and his present suffering. She had not seen him yet, but had learned from others that those months at Andersonville had injured his health so seriously that it was not likely ever to be restored. What happy children we were in those days, her thoughts ran on, and I am even happier now. My treasures have so increased with the rolling years, but they, what bitter trials they are enduring, though not less deserving of prosperity than I. Who am I but a miserable sinner? But it is whom the Lord loveth, he chasteneth. At that moment the sound of little hurrying feet entering the room, and glad young voices crying, "Good morning, dear mamma," broke in upon the current of her thoughts. "Good morning, my darlings," she said, turning from the window to embrace them. "All well and bright. Ah, how good our Heavenly Father is to us!" "Yes, mamma, it is like my text," said wee Elsie. "We have each a short one this morning. Mine is, 'God is love.'" Mamma had sat down and taken Violet on her lap, while Elsie and Eddie stood one on each side. Three lovelier children, fond mother never looked upon. Elsie, now 7 years old, was her mother's miniature. Eddie, a bright manly boy of 5, had Mr. Dinsmore's dark eyes and hair, firm mouth and chin, but the rest of his features and the expression of countenance were those of his own father. Violet resembled both her mother and the grandmother whose name she bore. She was a blonde, with exquisitely fair complexion, large deep blue eyes, heavily fringed with curling lashes several shades darker than the ringlets of pale gold that adorned the pretty head. "True, beautiful words," the mother said in reply to her little daughter. "God is love. Never forget it, my darlings. Never forget to thank him for his love and goodness to you. Never fear to trust his love and care. Can you tell me, dear, of some of his good gifts to you?" "Our dear, kind mamma and papa," answered Eddie quickly, leaning affectionately against her, his dark eyes lifted to her face, full of almost passionate affection. "Mammy, too," added Violet, "and dear, dear grandpa and grandma, and oh, so many more," said Elsie. Rose was called grandma now, by her own request. "Yes, dear grandpa and grandma, and so many more," echoed the other two. "But Jesus, the best gift of all, mamma," continued little Elsie. "Yes, my precious ones," returned the mother in moved tones, "Jesus the best of all, for he loves you better than even papa and mamma do, and though they should be far away, he is ever near, ready and able to help you. Now, Eddie, what is your verse?" "A little prayer, mamma. Lord, help me." "A prayer that I hope will always be in my children's heart when trouble comes, or they are tempted to any sin. The dear Savior loves to have you cry to him for help, and he will give it." "Now, Vi's text, mamma," lisped the little girl, one on her knee. "Jesus wept." "Why did Jesus weep, little daughter?" "'Cause he so tired, so sick, not a man's too cross to him." "No, dear, it was not for any sorrow or trouble of his own that Jesus shed those tears. Can you tell us why it was, Elsie?" "Yes, mamma. He was so sorry for poor Martha and Mary, 'cause their brother Lazarus was dead." "Yes, and for all the dreadful sufferings and sorrows that sin has brought into the world. We are not told that Jesus wept for his own trials and pains, but he wept for others. We must try to be like him, to bear our own troubles patiently, and to feel for the grief and pain of other people." We must try to keep these thoughts in our hearts all the day long, that God is love, that Jesus is our help in every trouble and temptation, that He feels for us, and we must feel for others, and do what we can to make them happy. Now we will kneel down and ask the dear Savior to help us do this." The prayer was very short and simple, so that even baby Vi could understand every word. There was a moment's quiet after they had risen from their knees. Then the children went to the window to look out upon the grounds, which they had hardly seen last night. "Mamma," said Elsie, "I see a brick away over yonder, and there are big trees there, and nice green grass. Mamma, is that where you and Aunt Sophie and Uncle Harold used to play when you were a little girl?" "Yes, daughter." "Oh, Mamma, please tell us again about the time when you waded in the brook and thought you'd lost your rings, and dear Grandpa was so kind and didn't scold or punish you at all." "Yes, Mamma, do tell it." "Please, Mamma, do," joined the other little voices, and Mamma kindly complied. That story finished, it was, "Now, Mamma, please tell us another. Please tell about the time when you wanted to go with the school children to pick strawberries, and Grandpa said no." "Ah, I was rather a naughty little girl that time, and cried because I couldn't have my own way," answered the mother musingly, with a dreamy look in her eyes, and a tender smile playing about her lips, as she almost seemed to hear again the loved tone of her father's voice, and to feel the clasp of his arm as he drew her to his knee and laid her head against his breast, asking, which was my little daughter doubting this afternoon, Papa's wisdom or his love? But her own little Elsie's arm had stolen about her neck, the cherry lips were pressed again and again to her cheek, and the sweet child voice repelled the charge with indignation. "Mamma, you couldn't help tears coming when you were so disappointed. That was all. You didn't say one naughty word, and Grandpa says you were the best little girl he ever saw." "And Papa says just the same," added a pleasant manly voice from the door, as Mr. Travilla came in, closing it after him. Then the three young voices joined in a glad chorus. "Papa, Papa, good morning, dear Papa." "Good morning, Papa's dear pets," he said, putting his arm round all three at once, as they clustered about him, and returning with interest their affectionate caresses. "And so you have already been teasing poor Mamma for stories?" "Did we tease and trouble you, Mamma?" asked Elsie, a little remorsefully, going back to her mother's side. "No, darling, it always gives me pleasure to gratify my dear children. And, Papa, they have been very good." "I am glad to hear it. Mamma and Papa, may we go down and play by that brook after breakfast?" asked Elsie. "And wade in the water like Mamma did when she was a little girl?" asked Ketty. "Yes, with Uncle Joe and Aunt Chloe to take care of you, if Mamma is willing," answered their father. Mamma said yes too, and made the little hearts quite happy. They returned to the window, and presently set up a joyous shout. "Grandpa, our dear Grandpa is coming." "Shall I go down and bring him up here, Mamma?" asked Elsie. "No, dear, we'll go down to Grandpa, and not trouble him to come up. Besides, Aunt Adelaide wants to see him as well as we." "Yes, Mamma's plan is the best," said Mr. Travilla, giving Elsie one hand and Eddie the other, while his wife led the way with little Violet. They found Mr. Dinsmore in the lower hall, with Adelaide weeping almost hysterically in his arms. "You are the only brother I have left," she sobbed. "Poor, poor dear Walter and Arthur! Oh, that dreadful, dreadful war!" He caressed and soothed her with tender words. "Dear sister, I will do all I can to make up their loss to you. And our father has left us, your husband spared too, and let us not forget that almighty friend, that elder brother on the throne, who will never leave or forsake the feeblest one who trusts in him." "Oh, yes, I know. He's been very good to me, but I must weep for the dear ones gone." "And he will not chide you, he who wept with Martha and Mary over their dead brother." The children were awed into silence and stillness by the scene, but as Adelaide withdrew herself from her brother's arms, while he and her husband grasped each other by the hand in a cordial greeting, little Elsie drew near her, and taking gently hold of her hand, dropped upon it a kiss and a sympathizing tear. "Darling," said Adelaide, stooping to fold the child in her arms, then looking up at her niece, "what a wonderful likeness, Elsie! I can hardly believe it is not yourself, restored to us as you were at her age." The morning greetings were soon exchanged, and Adelaide led the way to her pleasant sitting room. "What is the latest news from home, Adelaide?" asked Mr. Dinsmore, with evident anxiety. "I have not heard a word for months past." "I had a long letter from Laura yesterday," she answered, "the first since the close of the war. Her eldest son, Ned, and Enna's second husband, were killed in the battle of Bentonville last March. Laura's husband has lost an arm, one of his brothers a leg, the others are all killed, and the family utterly ruined. The Carringtons, father and son, have all fallen. Sophie is here with her orphan children. Her mother-in-law, with her own daughter, Lucy Ross. Philip has escaped unhurt. They will all be here next week to attend May's wedding. Papa, Louise, you know that she too has lost her husband, and Enna are all at the Oaks, for Roselands is a ruin. Ion, not very much better, Laura says, and the Oaks has escaped? Yes, almost entirely, not being visible from the road. Papa sends a message to you. He is too heartbroken to write. He knows he is welcome in your house. He is longing to see you. Now his only son. Adelaide's voice faltered, and it was a moment ere she could go on. But he would have you stay away till September, not risking a return during the hottest season. And if you wish, he will attend to the plantation, hiring blacks to work it. My poor old father, Mr. Dinsmore exclaimed with emotion. Welcome in my house? If I had but $1, I would share it with him. He shall never want a home while any of us live, sprang simultaneously from the lips of Mr. Allison and Mr. Travilla. Adelaide and Elsie were too much moved to speak, but each gave her husband a look of grateful affection. Thank you both, Mr. Dinsmore said. Adelaide, I shall write my father today. Does Laura say that he is well? Mrs. Allison could hardly speak for tears as she answered, He is not ill, but sadly aged by grief and care. But you shall read the letter for yourself. Stay to breakfast with us. There's the bell, and I'll give it to you afterwards. Thanks, but I fear they may wait breakfast for me at the other house. No, I will send them word at once that we have kept you. There was an effort at cheerfulness as they gathered about the plentiful board, but too many sad thoughts and memories had called up in the hearts of the elders of the party, and only the children were really gay. Edward Allison was pale and thin, his health having suffered from the hardships incident to his army life. Elsie remarked it, in a tone of grief and concern, but he answered with a smile, I have escaped so much better than many others, that I have more reason for thankfulness than complaint. I am hearty and robust compared to poor Harold. A look of deep sadness stole over his face as he thus named his younger brother. Elsie understood it when, an hour later, the elder Mr. Allison entered the parlor where she and Adelaide were chatting together, with Harold leaning on his arm. They both shook hands with her, the old gentleman saying, My dear, I am rejoiced to have you among us again. Harold silently, but with a sad, wistful, yearning look out of his large bright eyes that filled hers with tears. His father and Adelaide helped him to an easy-chair, and as he sank back pantingly upon its cushions, Elsie, completely overcome at sight of the feeble, wasted frame, and wan, sunken features, stole quickly from the room. Adelaide followed, to find her in the sitting-room on the opposite side of the hall, weeping bitterly. "Oh, Aunt Adie," she cried, "he's dying." "Yes," Adelaide answered, with tears coursing down her own cheeks, "we all know it now, all but father and mother, who will not give up hope. Poor May, hers will be but a sad wedding. She would have put it off, but he begged her not, saying he wanted to be present and to greet Duncan as his brother. Duncan, to whom he owed so much. But for him, you know, Harold would have perished at Andersonville, where, indeed, he got his death." "No, I have heard very little about it." "Then Harold will tell you the story of their escape. Oh, Rose dear," turning quickly as Mrs. Dinsmore and Mrs. Carrington entered, "how kind! I was coming to see you directly, but it was so good of you not to wait." Elsie was saying, "Good morning, mamma," when her eye fell upon the other figures. Could it be Sophie with that thin, pale face and large, sad eyes? Sophie arrayed in widow's weeds, all the pretty gold curls hidden beneath the widow's cap? It was indeed, and the next instant the two were weeping in each other's arms. "You poor dear girl, God comfort you," Elsie whispered. "He does. He has helped me to live for my children, my poor fatherless little ones," Sophie said amid her choking sobs. "We must go back to father and Harold," Adelaide said presently. "They are in the parlor, where we left them very unceremoniously." "And Harold, I know, is long for a chat with Elsie," Sophie said. They found the gentlemen patiently awaiting their return. Elsie seated herself near Harold, who, somewhat recovered from his fatigue, was now able to take part in the conversation. "You were shocked by my changed appearance," he said in an undertone, as their eyes met and hers filled again. Don't mind it. I was never before so happy as now. My peace is like a river, calm, deep, and ever increasing as it nears the ocean of eternity. I am going home." And his smile was both bright and sweet. "Oh, would you not live for your mother's sake, and to work for your master?" "Gladly, if it were his will. But I hear him saying to me, 'Come up hither,' and it is a joyful summons." "Harold, when—" Her voice faltered, but with an effort she completed her sentence. "When did this begin?" "At Andersonville. I was in perfect health when I entered the army," he answered quickly, divining the fear that prompted the question; "but bad air, foul water, wretched and insufficient food, rapidly and completely undermined my constitution. Yet it is so sweet to die for one's country. I do not grudge the price I pay to secure her liberties." Elsie's eyes sparkled through her tears. "True patriotism still lives," she said. "Harold, I am proud of you and your brothers. Of dear Walter, too, for his heart was right, however mistaken his head may have been." "Walter? Oh, yes, and I—" But the sentence was interrupted by the entrance of his mother and sisters, May and Daisy, Mr. Dinsmore and his son and daughter. Fresh greetings, of course, had to be exchanged all around, and were scarcely finished when Mr. Travilla came in with his 3 children. Elsie called them to her, and presented them to Harold with all a mother's fond pride in her darlings. "I have taught them to call you Uncle Harold. Do you object?" "Object? Far from it. I am proud to claim them as my nephew and nieces." He gazed with tender admiration upon each dear little face; then, drawing the eldest to him, and putting an arm about her, he said, "She is just what you must have been at her age, Elsie, a little younger than when you first came to Elmgrove. And she bears your name?" "Yes, her papa and mine would hear of no other for her." "I like to have mamma's name," said the child, in a pretty, modest way, looking up into his face. "Grandpa and papa call mamma Elsie, and me wee Elsie and little Elsie, and sometimes daughter. Grandpa calls mamma daughter too, but papa calls her wife. Mamma, has Uncle Harold seen baby?" "My namesake. Ah, I should like to see him." "There is a mammy on the porch now, with him in her arms," cried the child. "Go and tell her to bring him here, daughter," Elsie said, and the little girl hastened to obey. It was a very fine babe, and Harold looked at it with interest. "I am proud of my name, child," he said, turning to the mother with a gratified smile. "You and Mr. Travilla were very kind to remember me." The latter, who had been engaged in the exchange of salutations with the others, hearing his name, now came up and took the hand of the invalid in his. He was much moved by the sad alteration in the young man, who, when last seen by him, was in high health and spirits, the full flush of early manhood's prime. Taking a seat by his side, he inquired with kindly interest how he was, who was his physician, and if there had been any improvement in the case of late. "Thank you, no, rather the reverse," Harold said in answer to the last inquiry. "I am weaker than when I left the hospital." "That is discouraging. Still, we hope the disease may yet take a favorable turn." "That is what my parents say," he answered, with a grave, sweet smile. "And though I have little hope, I know that nothing is too hard for the Lord, and am more than willing to leave it in His hands." "Uncle Harold," said Elsie, coming to the side of his chair and looking up into his face with eyes full of tender sympathy, "I'm so sorry for you. I'll ask Jesus to please make you well, or else take you soon to the happy land where you'll never have any more pain." "Thank you, darling," he said, bending down to kiss the sweet lips. "I know the dear Saviour will listen to your prayer." "You used to play with my mamma when you were a little boy like me, didn't you, Uncle Harold?" queried Eddie, coming up close on the other side. "Not quite so small, my man," Harold answered, laying his hand gently on the child's head. "Your mamma was about the size of your Aunt Rosie yonder, and I am 3 or 4 years older." "We've been down to the brook where you played together, you and mamma and Aunt Sophie," said Elsie. "Papa took us, and I think it's a lovely place to play." "Sophie and I have talked over those dear old times more than once of late," Harold remarked, turning to Mrs. Travilla. "It does not seem so very long ago, and yet how many changes! How we are all changed! Well, Rosie, what is it?" For she was standing by his chair, waiting with eager face till he should be ready to attend to her. "Uncle Harold, do you feel able to tell us the story about your being a prisoner, and how you got free, and back to the Union army?" she asked, with persuasive look and tone. "Papa and mamma, and all of us that haven't heard it, would like so much to hear it, if it won't tire you to talk so long." It's not a long story, and as my lungs are sound, I do not think it will fatigue me, if you will all come near enough to hear me in my ordinary tone of voice." They drew round him, protesting against his making the effort unless fully equal to it, as another time would do quite as well. "Thank you all," he said, "but I feel able for the task, and shall enjoy gratifying my nieces and nephews as well as the older people." He then proceeded with his narrative, all listening with deep interest. Among other incidents connected with his prison life, he told of his interview with Jackson, and the poor wretch's death that same night. Elsie shuddered and turned pale, yet breathed a sigh of relief as she laid her hand in that of her husband, and turned a loving, grateful look upon her father, to meet his eyes fixed upon her with an expression of deep thankfulness, mingled with the sadness and awe inspired by the news of the miscreant's terrible end. Harold spent the day at his brother's, and availed himself of an opportunity which offered that afternoon to have a little private talk with Elsie, in which he delivered Walter's packet, telling her how it came into his hands. "Dear, dear Walter," she said, weeping, "I have so wanted to know the particulars of his death, and am so thankful to hear that he was a Christian. His friend told me he was instantly killed, so was spared much suffering. I am thankful for that. I will open this now. You will like to see the contents." They were a letter from Walter to her, and 2 photographs, both excellent and striking likenesses, one of her in her bridal robes, the other of himself in his military dress. The first Elsie threw carelessly aside as of little worth; the other she held long in her hands, gazing intently upon it, again and again wiping away the fast falling tears. "It is his own noble, handsome face," she murmured. "Oh, to think I shall not see it again in this world! How good of him to have it taken for me!" And again she gazed and wept. Turning to her companion, she was startled by the expression of mingled love and anguish in his eyes, which were intently fixed upon the photograph, he having taken it up as she threw it aside. "Oh, Harold," she moaned in low, agitated tones. He sighed deeply, but his brow cleared, and a look of peace and resignation stole over his face as he turned his eyes on her. "I think there is no sin in the love I bear you now, Elsie," he said. "I rejoice in your happiness, and am willing to see you in the possession of another, more than willing, since I must so soon pass away. But it was not always so. My love and grief were hard to conquer, and this bringing you before me just as you were that night that gave you to another and made my love a sin, brought back for a moment the anguish that wrung my heart at the sight." "You were there, then?" "Yes, just for a few moments. I found I must look upon the scene, though it broke my heart. I arrived at the last minute, stood in the shadow of the doorway during the ceremony, saw you look towards me at its conclusion, then turned and fled from the house, fearful of being recognized, and forced to betray my secret, which I felt I could not hide. But don't weep for me, dear friend. My sorrow and disappointment proved blessings in disguise, for through them I was brought to a saving knowledge of Him, whom my soul desires above all earthly joy or earthly love." "Oh, Harold, how infinitely more is His love worth than mine!" But her eye fell upon Walter's letter lying forgotten in her lap. She took it up, glanced over it, then read it more carefully, pausing often to wipe away the blinding tears. As she finished, Mr. Travilla came in. "Here is a letter from Walter, Edward," she said in tremulous tones as she handed it to him. "Then the report of his death was untrue?" he exclaimed inquiringly, a glad look coming into his face. "Only too true," she answered with a fresh burst of tears, and Harold briefly explained. "Shall I read it aloud, wife?" Mr. Travilla asked. "If Harold cares to hear, there is no secret." "I should like it greatly," Harold said, and Mr. Travilla read it to him, while Elsie moved away to the farther side of the room, her heart filled with strange mixture of emotions, in which grief was uppermost. The letter was filled chiefly with an account of the writer's religious experience. Since his last visit to the Oaks, he had been constantly rejoicing in the love of Christ, and now, expecting as he did to fall in the coming battle, death had no terrors for him, and he owed this, he said, in great measure to the influence of his brother Horace and Elsie, especially to the beautiful consistency of her Christian life through all the years he had known her. Through all her grief and sadness, what joy and thankfulness stirred in her breast at that thought. Very humble and unworthy she felt, but oh, what gladness to learn that her Master had thus honored her as an instrument in his hands. The door opened softly, and her 3 little ones came quietly in and gathered about her. They had been taught thoughtfulness for others. Uncle Harold was ill, and they would not disturb him. Leaning confidently on her lap, lifting loving, trustful eyes to her face, "Mamma," they said, low and softly, "we have had our supper. Will you come with us now?" "Yes, dear, presently." "Mamma," whispered little Elsie, with a wistful, tender gaze into the soft, sweet eyes still swimming in tears. "Dear mamma, something has made you sorry. What can I do to comfort you?" "Love me, darling, and be good. You are mamma's precious little comforter. See, dears." She held the photograph so that all could have a view. "It is dear Uncle Walter in his soldier dress." A big tear rolled down her cheek. "Mamma," Elsie said quickly, "how good he looks! And he is so happy where Jesus is." "Yes, daughter, we need shed no tears for him." "Dear Uncle Walter, poor Uncle Walter," the other 2 were saying. There, Papa had finished reading. "Go now and bid good night to him and Uncle Harold," their mother said, and they hastened to obey. They climbed their father's knee and hung about his neck with the most confiding affection, while he caressed them over and over again, Harold looking on with glistening eyes. "Now some dood fun, Papa. Tas vie up in your arms," said the little one, expecting the usual game of romps. "Not tonight, pet. Some other time. Another sweet kiss for Papa, and now one for Uncle Harold." After 4 years of camp, prison, and hospital life, it is a very pleasant change to be among the children, Harold said, as the door closed upon Elsie and her little flock. "I feared their noise and perpetual motion might disturb you," Mr. Travilla answered. "Not at all. Yours are not boisterous, and their pretty ways are very winning." Aunt Chloe and Dinah were in waiting, and soon had the 3 small figures robed each in his own white dress. Then mamma, seated upon a sofa with little Violet on her lap, the other 2, one on each side, was quite at their disposal for the next half hour or so, ready to listen or to talk, her sweet sympathy and tender love encouraging them to open all their hearts to her, telling her of any little joy or sorrow, trouble, vexation, or perplexity. "Well, darlings, have you remembered your verses, and our little talk about them this morning?" the mother asked. "Elsie may speak first, because she is the eldest." "Mamma, I have thought of them many times," answered the sweet child voice. "We had a nice walk with Papa this morning, and the little birds, the brook, and the trees, and the pretty flowers, and the beautiful blue sky all seemed to say to me, 'God is love.' Then, mamma, once I was tempted to be naughty, and I said in my heart, 'Lord, help me, please,' and Jesus heard me." "What was it, dear?" "We had a little tea party, mamma, with our cousins, out under the trees, and there was a pie and very rich cake." "And 'serves," put in Eddie. "Yes, mamma, and preserves too. And they looked so good, and I wanted some, but I remembered that you and Papa don't let us eat those things because they would make us sick. So I said, 'Lord, help me,' and then I felt so glad and happy, thinking how Jesus loves me." "My darling, he does indeed," the mother said with a gentle kiss. And Eddie was good and said, "No, thank you. Mamma and Papa don't let us eat 'serves and pie." "Mamma's dear boy," and her hand passed softly over the curly head resting on her shoulder. "Mamma, I love you so much," he said, hugging her tight, "and dear Papa too, and Jesus. Mamma, I want to be naughty once today, when one o' zese cousins took away my own new whip at that Papa buyed for me. But I remembered I mustn't be selfish and cross, and I said my little prayers just in my heart, mamma, and Jesus did help me to be good." "Yes, my dear son, and he will always help you when you ask him. And now, what has Vi to tell mamma?" "Vi naughty girl one time, mamma, 'cause she didn't want mamma wash face and brush curls. Vi Sally now," and the golden head dropped upon mamma's breast. "Mamma's dear baby must try and be patient. Mamma is sure she will, and Jesus will help her if she asks him, and forgive her if she is sorry for being naughty," the mother said with a tender caress. "Now let us sing 'Jesus loves me.'" The child voices blended very sweetly with the mother's as they sang in concert. Then she told them a Bible story, heard each little prayer, saw them laid in their beds, gave each a tender good night kiss, and left them to their rest. Passing into her dressing room, she found her husband there, pacing thoughtfully to and fro. At sight of her, a smile irradiated his whole countenance, while his arms opened wide to receive her. "My dear, dear husband," she said, laying her head on his shoulder, while he folded her to his heart, "how bravely you bear trials, how patient and cheerful you always are under all circumstances. Not so more than my little wife. We have heard much saddening news today, love, but most of it such as to make us weep for our friends and neighbors rather than for ourselves. That is true. Our losses are slight, very slight, compared with those of a multitude of others, and yet it must sadden your heart to know that your dear old home is in ruins. Yes, wife, it does. But I were an ungrateful wretch to murmur and repine. I've lost everything but you and our 4 treasures in yonder room, but you are all spared to me, and I am by no means penniless yet. Very far from it, my own noble husband, she answered with a look of proud, loving admiration, for all I have is yours as much as mine. Thanks, dearest. I am not too proud to accept your assistance, and we will build up the old home and make it lovelier than ever, for ourselves and for our children. What a pleasant work it will be to make it as nearly as possible as earthly paradise for them. Yes, she said, smiling brightly, the cloud has a silver lining, as all our clouds have, dearest. Yes, for we know that all things work together for good to them that love God. But, oh, Edward, what an awful end was Jackson's. I shudder to think of it, and yet, oh, I fear it is not right, but I cannot help feeling it is a relief to know that he is dead. Even in Europe I could not divest myself of the fear that he might turn up unexpectedly and attempt the lives of my dear ones. It is a relief to me also, and not wrong, I think, to feel it so, for we do not rejoice in his destruction, but would have saved him if we could. Has not the news of Walter comforted you in some measure? Yes, oh yes, the dear, dear fellow. You have not seen this," she added, taking the photograph from her pocket. "No, it is a striking likeness, and you will value it highly." "Indeed I shall. Ah, how strange it will be to go home and not find him there." End of chapter 28. Recording by Deanna Beauvais.
Chapter 29 of Elsie's Womanhood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Elsie's Womanhood by Martha Finley. Chapter 29. O war, what art thou? At once the proof and scourge of man's fallen state. Hannah More. Richard Allison had gone to Lansdale for his bride a fortnight ago. They were now taking their bridal trip, and expected to reach Elmgrove a day or two before the wedding of May and Harry Duncan. The latter would bring Aunt Wealthy with him, and leave her for a short visit among her friends. Sophie's mother and sister-in-law, Mrs. Carrington, and Lucy Ross, came earlier, arriving only 2 days after our party from Europe. There was great pleasure, yet mingled with profound sadness, in the meeting of these old and dear friends. Lucy and her mother were in deep mourning, and in Mrs. Carrington's countenance Christian resignation blended with heart-breaking sorrow. Grief and anxiety had done the work of a score of years, silvering her hair and ploughing deep furrows in the face that 5 years ago was still fresh and fair. Mr. Travilla had taken wife and children for a morning drive, and on their return, Adelaide, meeting them at the door, said to her niece, "They have come. They are in Mrs. Carrington's dressing room, and she begs that you will go and meet her there. She has always loved you so dearly, and I know is longing for your sympathy." Elsie, waiting only to lay aside hat and gloves, hastened to grant the request of the gentle lady for whom she cherished almost a daughter's affection. She found her alone. They met silently, clasping each other in a long, tearful embrace, Mrs. Carrington's sobs for many minutes the only sound that broke the stillness of the room. "I have lost all," she said at length, as they released each other and sat down side by side upon a sofa. "All, husband, sons, home." Sobs choked her utterance, and Lucy, coming hastily in at the open door of the adjoining room, dropped on her knees by her mother's side, and taking one thin, pale hand in hers, said tearfully, "Not all, dear mamma; you have me, and Phil, and the children." "Me too, mother dear, and your Harry's children," added Sophie, who had followed her sister, and now knelt with her. "Yes, yes, dear daughters, I was wrong. I have lost much, but have many blessings still left, your love not the least, and my grandchildren are scarcely less dear than my own. Lucy, dear, here is Elsie." "Yes, our own dear, darling Elsie, scarcely changed at all," Lucy cried, springing up to greet her friend with a warm embrace. A long talk followed, Mrs. Carrington and Sophie giving their experiences of the war and its results, to which the others listened with deep interest. "Thank God it is over at last," concluded the elder lady. "And oh, may He, in His great goodness and mercy, spare us a repetition of it. Oh, the untold horrors of civil war, strife among brethren who should know nothing but love for each other. None can imagine but those who have passed through them. There was fault on both sides, as there always is when people quarrel. And what has been gained? Immense loss of property, and of far more precious lives, an exchange of ease and luxury for a hard struggle with poverty." "But it is over, dear mother, and the North will help the South to recuperate," said Lucy. "Phil says so, and I have heard it from others too. Just as soon as the struggle ended, people were saying, 'Now they have given up, the Union is safe, and we're sorry for them, and will do all we can to help them, for they are our own people.'" "Yes, I have been most agreeably surprised at the kind feeling here," her mother answered. "Nobody has had a hard word to say of us, so far as I have been able to learn, and I have seen nothing like exultation over a fallen foe. But on the contrary, there seems a desire to lend us a helping hand and set us on our feet again." "Indeed, mother, I assure you that is so," said Sophie. "And all through the war," added Lucy, "there was but little hard feeling towards the people of the South. Deceived and betrayed by their leaders, they are more to be pitied than blamed, was the opinion commonly expressed by those who stood by the government." "And papa says there will be no confiscation of property," Sophie said, "unless it may be merely that of the leaders, and that he will help us to restore Ashlands to what it was. So you will have your own home again, mother." "How generous! I can never repay the obligation," Mrs. Carrington said in a choking voice. "But you need not feel overburdened by it, dear mother. It is for Herbert, you know, his own grandson." "And mine. Ah, this news fills me with joy and gratitude." "Yes, I feel papa's kindness very much," Sophie said, "and hope my son will never give him cause to regret it." Elsie rose. "I hear my baby crying, and know that he wants his mother. Dear Mrs. Carrington, you are looking very weary, and it is more than an hour yet to dinner time. Will you not lie down and rest?" "Yes, and afterwards you must show me your children. I want to see them." "Thank you, I shall do so with much pleasure," the young mother answered smilingly, as she hastened from the room, for baby Harold's cries were growing importunate. This was the regular hour for Eddie and Vi to take a nap, and Elsie found them lying quietly in their little bed, while the screaming babe stoutly resisted the united efforts of his elder sister and Aunt Chloe to pacify and amuse him. "Give him to me, mammy," she said, seating herself by the open window. "It is his mother he wants." Little Elsie, ever concerned for her mother's happiness, studied the dear face intently for a moment, and seeing the traces of tears, drew near, and, putting an arm about her neck, "Mamma," she said tenderly, "dear mamma, what troubles you? May I know about it?" Mrs. Travilla explained briefly, telling of Mrs. Carrington's trials, and of those of other old friends and neighbors in the South. "Mamma," said the child, with eyes filled to overflowing, "I am very sorry for them all, and for you. Mamma, it is like Jesus to shed tears for other people's troubles; but, mamma, I think it is too much. There are so many, it makes you sorry all the time, and I can't bear it." The mother's only answer was a silent caress, and the child went on. "I hope nobody else will come with such sad stories to make you cry. Is there anybody else to do it, mamma?" "I think not, dear. There are only Aunt Wealthy, who has not lost any near friend lately, and why, there she is now! The dear old soul!" she broke off joyously, for at that instant a carriage, which she had been watching coming up the drive, drew up before the door, and a young gentleman and a little old lady alighted. Aunt Chloe took the babe, and Elsie hastened down to meet her aunt, her little daughter following. To the child's great relief, it was an altogether joyous greeting this time. Both Miss Stanhope and her escort, Harry Duncan, were looking very happy, which caused her to regard them with much satisfaction, and the kisses asked of her were given very readily. "Were you expecting us to-day, Mrs. Allison?" Harry asked, turning to Adelaide. "Yes, I received your telegram." "Business hurried us off 2 days sooner than we expected," said Miss Stanhope. "I would have written, but was so very busy with papers and painterers doing the house all up new, and putting down new curtains, and tacking up new carpets, till, Elsie, the old place would hardly know you." The old lady's heart was evidently full to overflowing with happiness at the prospect of seeing May installed as future mistress in the pretty cottage at Lansdale. Yet there was no lack of sympathy in the sorrows or joys of others. She wept with them all over their losses past and prospective; for she, too, saw that Harold must soon pass away from earth, and while rejoicing with him, when she had learned how gladly he would obey the summons, her heart yet bled for those to whom he was so dear. Richard and his bride arrived in due season. The latter had lost no near relative by the war, and, to wee Elsie's delight, the meeting between Aunt Lottie and mamma seemed one of unalloyed pleasure. Unlike those of her older sisters, May's was a private wedding, none but the family and a few near relatives and connections being present. Though deeply attached to Harry, and trusting him fully, much of sadness was unavoidably mingled with her happiness as she prepared for her bridal. It could not be otherwise, as she thought of Fred in his soldier grave, Harold soon to follow, and Sophie, whose had been the last wedding in the paternal home, and so gay and joyous a one, now in her widow's weeds, and well nigh broken hearted. "Mine will not be a gay bridal," May had said, in arranging her plans, "and I will just wear my traveling suit." But Harold objected. "No, no, May, I want to see you dressed as Rose and Sophie were, in white, with veil and orange blossoms. Why shouldn't your beauty be set off to the best advantage as well as theirs, even though only the eyes of those who love you will look upon it?" And so it was, for Harold's wishes were sacred now. They were married in the morning, and after a sumptuous breakfast the bridal attire was exchanged for the traveling suit, and the new made husband and wife set out upon their wedding trip. It was very sad for poor May to leave, not only childhood's home, parents, and brothers and sisters whose lease of life seemed as likely to be as long as her own, but to part from the dying one to whom she was most tenderly attached. But Harry promised to bring her back, and she was to be immediately summoned in case of any marked unfavorable change in the invalid. Then, too, Harold was so serenely happy in the prospect before him, and talked so constantly of it as only going home a little while before the rest, and of how at length all would be reunited in that better land, to spend together an eternity of bliss, that it had robbed death of half its gloom and terror. It was Harold's earnest desire that all his dear ones should be as gay and happy as though he were in health. He would not willingly cast a shadow over the pathway of any of them for a day, especially the newly married, whose honeymoon, he said, ought to be a very bright spot for them to look back upon in all after years. So Lottie felt it right to let her heart swell with gladness in the new love that crowned her life. And the time passed cheerfully and pleasantly for the guests at Elmgrove. Mrs. Ross and her mother and Miss Stanhope remained for a fortnight after the wedding. All were made to feel themselves quite at home in both houses. The two families were much like one, and usually spent their evenings together in delightful social intercourse. Harold in their midst on his couch, or reclining in an easy chair, an interested listener to the talk, and occasionally joining in it. One evening when they were thus gathered about him, Mrs. Carrington, looking compassionately upon the pale, patient face, remarked, "You suffer a great deal, Captain Allison?" "Yes, a good deal," he answered cheerfully, "but not more than I can easily endure, remembering that it is 'whom the Lord loveth he chasteneth.'" "You take a very Christian view of it. But do your sufferings arouse no bitterness of feeling toward the South?" "Oh, no," he answered earnestly. "Why should they? The people of the South were not responsible for what was done at Andersonville. Perhaps the Confederate government was so only in a measure, and Wirtz was a foreigner. Besides, there was a great deal endured by rebel prisoners in some of our Northern prisons. Father," turning to the elder Mr. Allison, "please tell Mrs. Carrington about your visit to Elmira." The others had been chatting among themselves, but all paused to listen as Mr. Allison began his narrative. "We learned that a young relative of my wife was confined there, and ill. I went at once to see what could be done for him, and finding the prison in charge of a gentleman who was under much obligation to me, gained admittance without much difficulty. It was a wretched place, and the prisoners were but poorly fed, which was far more inexcusable here than in the South, where food was scarce in their own army and among the people." "I know that to have been the case," said Mrs. Carrington. "The farmers were not allowed to make use of their grain for their own families till a certain proportion had been taken for the army, and there were families among us who did not taste meat for a year." "Yes, the war has been hard for us, but far harder upon them. I found our young friend in a very weak state. I succeeded in getting permission to remove him to more comfortable quarters, and did so, but he lived scarcely 2 days after." "How very sad!" remarked Elsie, with emotion. "Oh, what a terrible thing is war!" "Especially civil war," said the elder Mrs. Allison. "Strife among brethren; its fruits are bitter, heartrending." "And being all one people there was equal bravery, talent, and determination on both sides, which made the struggle a very desperate one," said Harold. "And the military tic-tacs were the same," added Aunt Wealthy, "and then speaking the same language, and looking so much alike, foes were sometimes mistaken for friends, and versa vice." "A brother-in-law of Louise's was confined in Fort Delaware for some months," added Adelaide, addressing her brother, "and wrote to me for some articles of clothing he needed badly, adding, 'If you could send me something to eat, it would be most thankfully received.' I sent twice, but neither package ever reached him." "Too bad, too bad," said Mr. Dinsmore; "yet very likely it was through no fault of the government." "No, I am satisfied that individuals, selfish, unscrupulous men of whom there are far too many on both sides, were the real culprits, and that the government intended every prisoner should be made as comfortable as circumstances would permit," said Mr. Allison. "But there are men who made large fortunes by swindling the government and robbing our brave soldiers, men unworthy of the name, who would sell their own souls for gold." "You are right, sir," said Mr. Travilla. "One who could take advantage of the necessities of his own country to enrich himself by robbing her is not worthy to be called a man." "And I esteem an officer who would rob the soldiers very little better," said Daisy. "Again and again canned fruits and other niceties, sent by ladies for the comfort of the sick and wounded men, were appropriated by officers who did not need them, and knew they were not given to them." "And the conclusion of the whole matter," said Harold, with his placid, patient smile, "is that there were on both sides men who, loving and seeking their interest above country, personal honor, or anything else, would bring disgrace upon any cause. No, Mrs. Carrington, I have no bitter feeling towards the South. My heart aches for her people in their bereavements, their losses, and all the difficulties of reconstruction and adapting themselves to the new order of things which is the result of the war." Elsie had several times expressed to her husband and father a deep anxiety to hear from Viamede, who had written to both Mr. Mason and Spriggs, inquiring about the people and the condition of the estate, yet with but slight hope of reply, as all communication with the place had been cut off for years, and it was more than likely that one or both had been driven or drifted away from his post during the progress of the war. She was therefore greatly pleased when, on entering the parlor one morning on her return from a drive, she found Mr. Mason there waiting for an interview. "You are not direct from Viamede," she said, when they had exchanged a cordial greeting. "No, Mrs. Travilla," he answered. "I stayed as long as I could, but not being willing to go into the army, was finally compelled to leave. That was more than 2 years ago. But I received a letter from Spriggs only yesterday, written from the estate. He was in the Confederate service, and when the struggle was over, went back to Viamede. He says it was not visited by either army, and has suffered only from neglect. The old house servants are still there, Aunt Phyllis, Aunt Sally, and the rest. Many of the field hands, too, occupying their old quarters, but looking ragged and forlorn enough. They are willing to work for wages, and Spriggs begs of me to find out where you are, and tell you that, if you wish it and will furnish the means, he will hire them and do the best he can to restore the place and make it profitable to you. I saw your name in the list of arrivals by a late steamer, and with some little painstaking at length learned where you were." "I am very glad you have come, Mr. Mason, and I am inclined to think well of Mr. Spriggs's proposition," Elsie answered. "But I must consult my here they are," as the husband and father entered the room together. The matter was under discussion for the next half hour, when it was decided to accept Mr. Spriggs's proposal, for the present at least. Elsie then said to Mr. Mason that she hoped he was not engaged, as she would be glad to have him return to Viamede and resume his former duties there. He colored and laughed as he answered, "I am engaged, Mrs. Travilla, though not in the sense you mean, and shall be glad to comply with your wish, if you do not object to my taking a wife with me." "Not at all," she answered, smiling. "The Bible says it is not good for man to be alone, and I hope you will be all the happier and more useful in the Master's service for having a better half with you. A suite of rooms shall be placed at your service, and your wants attended to as formerly." Mr. Mason returned warm thanks for her kindness, and took his departure, evidently well pleased with the result of his call. Chapter 30 of Elsie's Womanhood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Elsie's Womanhood by Martha Finley. Chapter 30. War, 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 misery, murder, and crime. Crime, murder, and woe. The Travillas accompanied Miss Stanhope on her return to Lansdale, and were there to assist at the reception of Harry and his bride. After that, a few weeks were spent by them with Mr. and Mrs. Ross. They then returned to Elmgrove, where, detained, partly by business matters, partly by Harold's condition and his earnest wish to have them all near him to the last, they lingered until September. Harold "went home" early in that month, dying as calmly and quietly as "fades a summer cloud away," or "sinks the gale when storms are o'er." He was buried with military honors, and the friends returned to the house, sorely to miss, indeed, the wasted form, and wan, yet patient, cheerful face, and the loved voice, ever ready with words of consolation and hope. But while weeping over their own present bereavement, rejoicing in his joy and the assurance of a blessed reunion in a better land, when they, too, should be able to say, "I have fought the good fight, I have finished my course, I have kept the faith." It was a melancholy satisfaction to Rose that she had been with him almost constantly during the last 3 months of his life. Her husband had not hurried her, but now both they, and Mr. Travilla and Elsie, felt that the time had come when they should hasten their return to their own homes. They set out the next week; not a gay party, but filled with a subdued, quiet cheerfulness. Some of their dear ones, but lately journeying with them towards the celestial city, had reached the gates and entered in, but they were following after, and would overtake them at length, and though the way might be at times rough and stony to their weary feet, the path compassed by foes both wily and strong, yet there was with them one mightier than all of the hosts of hell, and who had promised never to leave nor forsake. In all these things they should be more than conquerors through him that loved them. After entering Virginia, they saw all along the route the sad ravages of the war, and their hearts sent up earnest petitions that those waste places might speedily be restored, and their dear native land never again be visited with that fearful scourge. The scenes grew more saddening as they neared their journey's end, and could recognize, in the ruined homes and plantations, the wrecks of the former happy homes of friends and neighbors. They all went directly to the Oaks, where the Travillas were to find a home until Ion could be made again comfortably habitable. It was late in the afternoon of a cloudy, showery day that they found themselves actually rolling quietly along the broad winding drive that led through the grounds to the noble mansion they had left more than 5 years before. Even here there were sad signs of neglect. The grounds had forgotten their former neat and trim appearance, and the house needed paint and some slight repairs; but this was all, and they felt it a cause for thankfulness that things were no worse. A group of relatives and retainers were gathered in the veranda to greet them, an aged, white-haired man the central figure, around him 3 ladies in deep mourning, a one-armed gentleman, and a crowd of children of both sexes and all ages, from the babe in arms to the youth of 16, while in the rear could be seen Mrs. Murray's portly figure and strong, sensible Scotch face, beaming with pleasure, relieved by a background of dusky faces, lighted up with joy and expectation. Mr. Dinsmore alighted first, gave his hand to his wife, and leaving young Horace to attend to Rosebud, hastened to meet his father. The old man tottered forward and fell upon his neck, weeping bitterly. "My son, my boy, my only one now. I have lost all, everything, wife, sons, home, all swept away, nothing left to my old age but you." "Yes, that's it always," sneered a sharp voice near at hand. "Daughters count for nothing. Grandchildren are equally valuable. Sons, houses, and lands are the only possessions worth having." "Enna, how can you!" exclaimed Mrs. Howard. But neither father nor brother seemed to hear or heed the unkinded, unfilial remark. The old man was sobbing on his son's shoulder, he soothing him as tenderly as ever he had soothed wife or daughter. "My home is always yours as long as you choose to make it so, my dear father, and Roselands shall be restored, and your old age crowned with the love and reverence of children and children's children." Hastily recovering himself, the old gentleman released his son, gave an affectionate greeting to Rose, and catching sight of young Horace, now a handsome youth of 19, embraced him, exclaiming, "Ah, yes, here is another son for me, one of whom I may well be proud. Rosie, too, grown to be a great girl. Glad to see you, dear." But the first carriage had moved on, the second had come up and discharged its living freight, and Mr. Travilla, with Vi in his arms, Elsie leading her eldest daughter and son, had stepped upon the veranda, followed by Dinah with the babe. "Dear grandpa," Mrs. Travilla said, in tender, tremulous tones, dropping her children's hands to put her arms about his neck, as he turned from Rosebud to her, "my poor, dear grandpa, we will all try to comfort you, and make your old age bright and happy. See, here are your great grandchildren, ready to rise up and call you blessed." "God bless you, child," he said in quivering tones, embracing her with more affection than ever before. "And this," laying his hand on wee Elsie's head, "is yourself as you were at that same age." "I am very sorry for you, dear old grandpa. Mamma has told me all about it," the little girl softly whispered, putting her small arms about his neck as he stooped to give her a kiss. "Me too," Eddie put in, offering his hand and lips. "That's right. Good boy. Good children. How are you, Travilla? You've come back to find ruin and desolation where you left beauty and prosperity." And the aged voice shook with emotion. Mr. Travilla had a kindly, hearty handshake, and gentle sympathizing words for him, then presented Vi and baby Harold. Meanwhile the greetings were being exchanged by the others. Laura met her brother, and both Rose and Elsie, with the warm affection of earlier days, mingled with grief for the losses and sorrows that had befallen since they parted. Mr. Howard, too, was cordial in his greeting, but Louise and Enna met them with coldness and disdain, albeit they were mere pensioners upon Horace's bounty, self-invited guests in his house. Louise gave the tips of her fingers to each, in sullen silence, while Enna drew back from the offered hands, muttering, "A set of Yankees come to spy out the nakedness of the land. Don't give a hand to them, children." "As you like," Mr. Dinsmore answered indifferently, stepping past her to speak to Mrs. Murray and the servants. "You know I will do a brother's part by my widowed sisters all the same." "For shame, Enna!" said Laura. "You are here in Horace's house, and neither he nor the others ever took part against us." "I don't care. It was nearly as bad to stay away and give no help," muttered the offender, giving Elsie a look of scorn and aversion. "Be quiet, will you, Madam Johnson?" said her old father. "It would be no more than right if Horace should turn you out of the house. Elsie," seeing tears coursing the cheeks of the latter, "don't distress yourself, child, she's not worth minding." "That is quite true, little wife," said Mr. Travilla, "and though you have felt for her sorrows, do not let her unkindness wound you." Elsie wiped away her tears, but only waiting to speak to Mrs. Murray and the servants, retired immediately to the privacy of her own apartments, Mr. Travilla accompanying her with her children in attendance. Wearied with her journey, and already saddened by the desolations of the country over which they had passed, this cold and even insulting reception from the aunts, over whose bereavements she had wept in tender sympathy, cut her to the quick. "Oh, Edward, how can they behave so to papa and mamma in their own house?" she said, sitting down upon a sofa in her boudoir and laying aside her hat, while her eyes again overflowed. "Dear papa and mamma, who are always so kind." "And you too, dearest," he said, placing himself by her side and putting an arm about her. "It is shameful conduct, but do not allow it to trouble you." "I will try not to mind it, but let me cry. I shall get over it the sooner. I never thought to feel so uncomfortable in my father's house. Ah, if Ion were only ready for us!" she sighed. "I am glad that your home must be with me for the present, daughter, if you can only enjoy it," said her father, who, still ever watchful over her happiness, had followed to soothe and comfort her. "It grieves me that your feelings should have been so wounded," he added, seating himself on the other side and taking her hand in his. "Thank you, dear papa. It is for you and mamma, even more than myself, that I feel hurt." "Then never mind it, dearest. Enna has already coolly told me that she and Louise have settled themselves in the west wing, with their children and servants, where they propose to maintain a separate establishment, having no desire to associate with any of us; though I, of course, am to supply their table at my own expense, as well as whatever else is needed," he added, with a slight laugh of mingled amusement and vexation. "Considering it a great privilege to be permitted to do so, I presume," Mr. Travilla remarked, a little sarcastically. "Of course; for cool impudence Enna certainly exceeds every other person of my acquaintance." "You must let us share the privilege." "Thanks, but we will talk of that another time. I know you and Elsie have dreaded the bad influence of Enna's spoiled children upon yours, and I, too, have feared it for them, and for Rosebud. But there is to be no communication between theirs and ours. Louise's one set, and Enna's two, keeping to their own side of the building and grounds, and ours not intruding upon them. Enna had it all arranged, and simply made the announcement to me, probably with little idea of the relief she was affording." "It is a great relief," said Elsie. "Aunt Laura's are better trained, and will not—" "They do not remain with us. Pine Grove is still habitable, and they are here only for to day to welcome us home." Elsie's face lighted up with pleasure. "And we shall have our own dear home to ourselves, after all. Ah, how foolish I have been to so borrow trouble!" "I have shared the folly," her father said, smiling. "But let us be wiser for the future. They have already retired to their own quarters, and you will see no more of them for the present. My father remains with us." Mrs. Howard was deeply mortified by the conduct of her sisters, but tried to excuse them to those whom they were treating with such rudeness and ingratitude. "Louise and Enna are very bitter," she said, talking with Rose and Elsie in the drawing room after tea. "But they have suffered much in the loss of their husbands and our brothers, to say nothing of property. Sherman's soldiers were very lawless, some of them, I mean, and they were not all Americans, and inflicted much injury. Enna was very rude and exasperating to the party who visited Roselands, and was roughly handled in consequence, robbed of her watch and all her jewelry and money. They treated our poor old father with great indignity also, dragged him down the steps of the veranda, took his watch, rifled his pockets, plundered the house, then set it on fire and burned it to the ground." Her listeners wept as she went on to describe more minutely the scenes of violence at Roselands, Ashlands, Pinegrove, and other plantations and towns in the vicinity, among them the residences of the pastor and his venerable elder, whose visits were so comforting to Mrs. Travilla in her last sickness. "They were Union men," Lora said in conclusion, "spending their time and strength in self-denying efforts for the spiritual good of both whites and blacks, and had suffered much at the hands of the Confederates, yet were stripped of everything by Sherman's troops, threatened with instant death, and finally left to starve, actually being without food for several days." "Dreadful!" exclaimed Rose. "I could not have believed any of our soldiers would allow such things. But war is very cruel, and gives opportunity to wicked, cruel men, on both sides, to indulge their evil propensities and passions. Thank God it is over at last. And oh, may He in His great goodness and mercy spare us a renewal of it." "I say amen to that," responded Mrs. Howard earnestly. "My poor Ned, my brothers, my crippled husband! Oh, I sometimes think my heart will break." It was some minutes ere she could speak again for weeping, and the others wept with her. But resuming, "We were visited by both armies," she said, "and one did about as much mischief as the other, and between them there is but little left. They did not burn us out at Pinegrove, but stripped us very bare." "Aunt Lora, dear Aunt Lora!" Elsie sobbed, embracing her with much tenderness. "We cannot restore the loved ones, but your damages shall be repaired." "Ah, it will take a lifetime. We have no means left." "You shall borrow of me without interest. With the exception of the failure of income from Viamede, I have lost nothing by the war but the negroes. My husband's losses are somewhat heavier. But our united income is still very large, so that I believe I can help you all, and I shall delight to do it, even should it involve the sale of most of my jewels." "Dear child, you are very, very kind," Lora said, deeply moved, "and it may be that Edward, proud as he is, will accept some assistance from you." The next morning Mr. Dinsmore and Rose, Mr. Travilla and Elsie, mounted their horses directly after breakfast, and set out to view for themselves the desolations of Roselands and Ion, preparatory to considering what could be done to restore them to their former beauty. Roselands, lying nearest, received their attention first, but so greatly were the well-remembered landmarks changed, that on arriving they could scarce believe themselves there. Not one of the noble old trees that had bordered the avenue and shaded the lawn was left standing; many lay prostrate upon the ground, while others had been used for fuel. Of the house naught remained but a few feet of stone wall, some charred, blackened beams, and a heap of ashes. The gardens were a desert, the lawn was changed to a muddy field by the tramping of many feet, and furrowed with deep ruts where the military had passed and repassed. Fences, hedgerows, shrubbery, all had disappeared, and the fields, once cultivated with great care, were overgrown with weeds and nettles. "We have lost our way. This cannot be the place," cried Rose, as they reined in their horses on the precise spot where Arthur and Walter had taken their farewell look at home. "Alas, alas, it is no other," Mr. Travilla replied, in moved tones. The hearts of Mr. Dinsmore and Elsie were too full for speech, and hot tears were coursing down the cheeks of the latter. Mr. Dinsmore pressed forward, and the others followed, slowly picking their way through the ruins, grief swelling in their hearts at every step. Determined to know the worst, they made the circuit of the house and of the whole estate. "Can it ever be restored?" Elsie asked at length, amid her tears. "The house may be rebuilt in a few months, and fields and gardens cleared of weeds, and made to resume something of the old look," Mr. Dinsmore answered. "But the trees were the growth of years, and this generation will not see their places filled with their like." They pursued their way to Ion in almost unbroken silence. Here the fields presented the same appearance of neglect. Lawn and gardens were a wild, but scarcely a tree had fallen, and though the house had been pillaged, furniture destroyed, windows broken, and floors torn up, a few rooms were still habitable; and here they found several of the house servants who hailed their coming with demonstrations of delight. They had lived on the products of the orchard and grapery, and by cultivating a small patch of ground and keeping a few fowls. Elsie assumed an air of cheerfulness, for her husband's sake; rejoiced that the trees had been spared, that the family burial place had escaped desecration, and talked gayly of the pleasure of repairing damages and making improvements till Ion should not have a rival for beauty the country round. Her efforts were appreciated and met fully half way by her loving spouse. The four, taking possession of the rustic seat on the top of a little knoll, where the huge branches of a giant oak protected them from the sun, took a lengthened survey of the house and grounds, and held a consultation in regard to ways and means. Returning to the Oaks, the gentlemen went to the library, where old Mr. Dinsmore was sitting alone, and reported to him the result of the morning conference. Roselands was to be rebuilt as fast as men and materials could be procured, Elsie furnishing the means; a very large sum of money, of which he was to have the use, free of interest, for a long term of years, or during his natural life. Mr. Horace Dinsmore knew his father would never take it as a gift, and indeed it cost him a hard struggle to bring his pride down to the acceptance of it as offered. But he consented at last, and as the other two retired, begged that Elsie would come to him for a moment. She came in so quietly that he was not aware of her presence. He sat in the corner of a sofa, his white head bowed upon his knees, and his aged frame shaking with sobs. Kneeling at his side, she put her arms about him, whispering, "Grandpa, my poor dear grandpa, be comforted, for we all love and honor you." "Child, child, I have not deserved this at your hands," he sobbed. "I turned from you when you came to my house, a little, desolate, motherless one, claiming my affection." "But that was many years ago, dear grandpa, and we will let the dead past bury its dead. You will not deny me the great pleasure of helping to repair the desolations of war in the dear home of my childhood? You will take it as help sent by Him whose steward I am?" He clasped her close, and his kisses and tears were warm upon her cheek as he murmured, in low, broken tones, "God bless you, child. I can refuse you nothing. You shall do as you will." At last Elsie had won her way to her stern grandfather's heart, and henceforth she was dear to him as ever one of his children had been. It was a sweet October morning in the year 1867. Ion, restored to more than its pristine loveliness, lies basking in the beams of the newly risen sun; a tender mist, gray in the distance, rose colored and golden where the rays of light strike it more directly, enveloping the landscape; the trees decked in holiday attire, green, russet, orange, and scarlet. The children are romping with each other and their nurses in the avenue, with the exception of wee Elsie, now a fair, gentle girl of 9, who occupies a rustic seat a little apart from the rest. She has a Bible in her hand, and the sweet young face is bent earnestly, lovingly over the holy book. On the veranda stands the mother, watching her darlings with eyes that grow misty with glad tears, while her heart sends up its joyous thanksgiving to Him who had been the guide of her youth and the stay and staff of maturer years. A step approaches, and her husband's arm encircles her waist, while, as she turns her head, his kindly gray eyes gaze into the depths of her soft hazel ones, with a love stronger than life, or than death. "Do you know, little wife, what day this is?" She answered with a bright, glad smile. Then her head dropped upon his shoulder. "Yes, my husband. 10 years ago to day I committed my happiness to your keeping, and never for one moment have I regretted the step." "Bless you, darling, for the word. How great are the mercies of God to me! Yonder is our firstborn. I see you as you were when first I met and coveted you. And here you stand by my side, the true wife who has been for 10 years the joy and light of my heart and home. Wife, I love you better to-day than ever before; and if it be the will of God, may we yet have 5 times 10 years to live together in love and harmony." "We shall," she answered earnestly. "Eternity is ours, and death itself can part us but for a little while." End of Chapter 30. End of Elsie's Womanhood, by Martha Finley.